This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Welcome to finals day in Wimbledon. The sun is out and we're almost ready to go. Slight change of plan, but still a lot on the line today as one of these teams will be lifting the ECS by the end of play tonight. I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome. This is the European Cricket Series England Wimbledon finals day and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day of European cricket. Two venues once again. I know already we've seen one of the T20s completed in Croatia. Great job by Rico and Phil over there, but now we're about to get underway. What's been a slightly unusual finals day, I suppose, given the fact that we know Banstead no longer in the tournament. So what we will see today is the second semi-final, and that is between Wimbledon and East Molesey. The winner of this will go through to Spencer, who are already waiting in the final. So just have the two matches from Wimbledon to make up finals day today. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. A little bit earlier, we had Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
Wimbledon's the home team, they'll toss the coin. East Molesey, the away team, they will call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Tails it is.
We'll have a bowl.
East Molesey are going to have a bowl.
East Molesey then have the win and they want to chase. And I think both teams, they kind of wanted to know exactly what they needed to chase so they could set their pace and probably judge their kind of aversion to risks or lack of aversion based on what that target is. But a lot of quality on both sides. I think Tim Lloyd was excellent for Wimbledon yesterday. Hasn't always been in the lineup, but when he has been an absolute beast. And you look at that East Molesey lineup and some of the quality of players, first class, even test players in their lineup. I think they fancy this and they will know exactly the target that they will need in the second innings. Well, both of these teams had a lot of success as well in their group phase. I know that the Wimbledon, they finished top of their group. East Molesey finished second in their group. And so I think this one for me, honestly, is too close to call. Probably the home fans, the Wimbledon fans, they're out there hoping they can get their boys in pink through to the final later on today. But East Molesey, like I said, they will be formidable opposition. Let's talk about the weather. Well, this is absolutely brilliant for a Peacock Friday here. Finals day, of course, and currently already up to 21 degrees, heading for about 25. So time to whack on the sunscreen because I think it's going to be hot up there. It's going to be hot down here as well in the middle of Rains Park. Well, Tina Goff, she's been magnificent company through these 2 weeks as well, and she is almost ready to go in the commentary box. We'll get ready. I think you might need to put your sunglasses on, Tina, because we're going to have some bright play out there in the second semi-final about to get underway with Wimbledon sent in by East Molesey. Let's get ready for this European Cricket Series finals day.
Thanks very much, Vinny. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. Looking beautiful in your pink suit as well. Not showing any home bias, of course. Wimbledon, the men in pink facing up against East Molesey, the Maroons, and it's going to be an absolute thriller, I'm sure. Of course, two sides that are very well acquainted with one another. They played each other actually twice last weekend, and both teams managed to notch a win on that occasion. So maybe it's best of three. And of course, the winner of this one will go through to face Spencer in the final. Wimbledon, they've got their captain and wicketkeeper James Crosswaite. You know he's going to be an important element with the bat. We've seen him bowl earlier in the series, but this time he's got the gloves back on. Of course, they've got the likes of Jonathan Speller, who I'm sure will open the bowling and feature, and of course William Sewell, who has scored runs galore so far. As for East Molesey, they'll be led by former Test player Clyde Reeves-Fortune. I wouldn't say he's hidden himself, but maybe we haven't seen as much of him as we would have liked, but he absolutely starred with the bat yesterday, as both of these sides actually relatively easy going in their quarterfinals. East Molesey in particular, they brushed aside LCC without losing a single wicket. It was Clyde who got the 56 not out, ably supported by Michael Sheen, also 56 apiece for them, as they chased down the total in 7 overs. Take a quick look at the sides. East Molesey, they're looking for a bit of magic from Harry Porter, and Jamie Southgate comes back into the side as well. Jack Boyle, he's back in for Wimbledon. but not too many changes made. Not a surprise, given, of course, it was the quarterfinals yesterday, and they're rolling out the big guns in this knockout cricket. As for Wimbledon, in their quarterfinal yesterday, they put on a monumental 187. At some point, it looked like it might have been a 200-plus score. In the end, 187, thanks to 78 from Tim Lloyd and the skipper James Crosswaite with 57 off just 18. And in the end, it was always going to be too much for a Weybridge side, who, of course, only sneaked through the group stages in 4th place, and they got to 115 off their 10 overs. So Wimbledon booking their place in the semi-finals with a big 72-run win. Well, speaking of wins, it was East Molesey who won the toss, and they wanted to have a chase. So they are bowling first, just about in the Goldilocks zone, 60 against 40. Wimbledon, maybe with the home advantage. They've got the fans out here as well, looking forward to, well, for them, hopefully seeing a home win. As for East Molesey, they'll of course want to upset the apple cart and book their place in the final, which is now without amended schedule, coming later today at 4:30 local time. Take a quick look at the stats then, and Vinny did mention yesterday that we may be sneaking closer to 1,000 maximos. It would have to be quite a big day today. I'm sure we'll get to 900, but we'll see how we go throughout the day. Run rate just about 142, average score per side. And, well, finals day, sometimes they produce some low-scoring thrillers. Sometimes we, of course, get those big runs. Remains to be seen what these two sides will do. Two fierce rivals taking to the stage. Well, fierce rivals, but also fierce friends in the commentary tent, as Vinny joins me for this one.
I'm fiercely excited and raring to go. Tina, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Just, here in London. But yeah, I suppose with ECN, you expect the unexpected. Of course, I know a lot of people disappointed that the first semi-final wasn't played as expected. But hey, let's think about what we can look forward to, which is two really, really competitive games. You mentioned the recent rivalry between these two teams, Wimbledon and East Molesey. They certainly like to push each other to new heights, and only one of them will be able to make it through to the final. And Spencer, well, we know that with them waiting in the final, that's the second consecutive year that they've made it to the decider. And last year it was a bit of a tough one itself. And we had an unusual final day last year in this venue as well, with the NCCA National Counties team kind of being given the free pass to the qualifier one, and they ultimately would win both their games. But I know probably didn't sit right with a few people, and I can understand that. But obviously this year, all teams are on an even playing field, having to qualify through the group stages. But really, I think it's going to be a really good game. Tim Lloyd going out there, and Jack Boyle into the side, and he's a pretty big in for Wimbledon, I think. It gives him a little bit more firepower. He's going to be a factor here in the power play. But I've enjoyed East Molesey as well. Didn't top their group, but in another tournament they might have. You mentioned Clyde Reeves Fortune maybe not playing as much of a leading role as he might have if he I suppose he wanted to hog the limelight a bit more, but I think he's such a class player. He's also been pretty handy with the ball. He's got a very good pair of hands. And let's not forget, they brought in some good players towards the end of the campaign, such as Burge, who made his first appearance yesterday. Didn't get a hit though, it wasn't required. And players like Tom Cullen, who played a very good level of cricket. Anyway, here we go, finals day in England. It's Crowther to get us going. First one is going to be, well, I thought it was off the pad. I wonder if there's any bat on it beforehand. It seemed to fly off the pad though. Umpire says no, that's a leg by. A dramatic start, Tina.
Yeah, they went straight up for it, and well, there was a slight hesitation from Tim Lloyd going down the pitch here.
It's definitely some pad, because that's why it goes up.
Yeah, I think it's thigh pad. And
straight off the thigh pad. And I think it was only if there's a little nick onto the thigh pad that Lloyd would have been in trouble. Here's Boyle. Oh, this goes nowhere. In fact, it might have even kissed the stumps, but not hard enough to knock the bails off. Just a bit of pace off there from Crowther first up. You see, he was almost through the shot too early under the inside thigh. I think he wasn't even worried if it's hit the stumps and it was going to knock bails off, but we've seen some pretty dramatic bolds. Even the bolds are more exciting on ECN. I'll ask you for your battery percentage in a minute, because I know that you've been suffering a little bit of illness. Boyle wants to make a mark. And he's going to turn this away as well. What did this get? No, it's more leg by. So if you're a fan of leg buys, you would have enjoyed the start here, because all 5 runs are unhit so far on finals day.
He's just not quite found his line yet, has he, Toby?
Modern thigh pads.
metallic thigh pads.
There's actually a brand of thigh pad that listed that they wouldn't bounce off hard, because obviously in playing the test cricket or first class cricket, you might have the spinners and you know, bat pads and stuff, and you just want it to jump straight out. Bit of early thigh pad chat, didn't know that's where we're going with it, but anyway, Crather gets sliced away, and that's going to be for, well, Porter. He's got the long chase. Could be the first one into the bushes this morning, but the first run's off the bat.
Well, they haven't quite found the middle of anything yet apart from the thigh pad, but that one will run for runs, the first of this innings so far. Scratchy from Wimbledon, but still managed to get 9 off the first 4.
Julian says from the air shot, is there an Aussie rules pitch around here? We're not aware of, but maybe we can't see it from our vantage point, Julian. No, they do play a bit of Aussie rules football in London. I used to have some friends that would play. Obviously, big Aussie expat population here.
Yeah, I know Wimbledon's quite a South African area as well, isn't it?
True.
So.
I'm actually part of the Prague Dragons organisation. That's another story. Hit down the ground, and I wouldn't say it was right out of the middle, but it's good enough, and it bisects the long on and off. The first boundary down the ground, and it goes to Boyle.
Slowly working their way up from thigh pad to edge of the bat to middle of the bat. Still, I think, a bit of room to grow, but nonetheless, a decent enough start. It's not been the worst over from Toby Crowther, but they're taking it to the tall left armour here. Next
stop, Maximo. Yeah, Prague Dragons, my local Australian football club. I have played exactly 0 games for them with my schedule, though, but I feel like I'm a
non-remember.
I'm a good bench player. Also, a lot of Irish Gaelic football, and they borrow each other's players. So you do find it. Cricket's a bit bigger across the board, though, obviously. Last ball, the over. This is hit down the ground. Goes on the hit. Oh, throw comes in. Bounced too high from Cullen. He senses a missed opportunity there, but Boyle survives. It's the end of the first over. 14 without loss.
It's interesting on run outs on English pitches, because I think a lot of the players just learn to throw it in, but I'll go back to that in a sec. Let's talk about
Something's
day 9.
Happening. The middle of the shell has been revealed. What now? We've only got 3 days to go.
I don't feel like this puzzle piece on the right is that significant.
There's a little bit of there's a symmetry about it, isn't there? So I feel like you can, but we don't know as we'd say in Australian football, the centre half forward and the full forward part. Got him. He's megged him, and it's a perfect start to the day for Toby Porter. Boyle, he did get a couple away, kicked one away. Right now, he's got to make way. He's the first wicket of finals day in Wimbledon, 14 for 1.
Nice and full on the money. I think he tries to give himself a bit of room here to just work it away to leg. Only manages to hit it to his own foot, and he nutmegs himself there. It's the old back heel onto the stumps.
Create your own luck, though, and Porter gets up in the block hole. It's something, if you can hit it, I don't care what sense of the innings it is. It's always, what time of the innings it is, always good time for a Yorker. You see, you can only get the bottom of the bat down on it, and it is unlucky, let's be honest, for Boyle, who gets bowled off his own boot. But it's a very good piece of bowling in the first place. Bat for show, bowl for dough. And I think that bowlers ultimately are the ones that win your tournaments in this format. And that wicket for Porter will bring the captain, James Crosthwaite, to the crease. He was in good form yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
Maybe not a bad thing. And these two batted really, really well together yesterday.
Oof,
the first one again, Yorker length, and Crosthwaite beaten by the natural angle.
What I was going to say about the run-outs is that on English pitches, you're always told to kind of throw it on the bounce. Yeah. But here, I think, on the bounce always just gets it to ping up. Yeah. You've got to throw it onto the AstroTurf, if anything, and almost try and york the stumps.
I mean, yeah, we were always taught throw at the base of the stumps.
Yeah.
You know, and another good york. He's hit 3 in a row here. Yeah, so if you're slightly too full trying to hit the base of the stumps, and you only hit the stumps on the full. If you're slightly too short, it shouldn't bounce over. That's the theory. We have seen a couple of interesting ones. None more interesting than Arachil from Spencer throwing 4 overthrows almost into the umpire's head yesterday off a ball that was hit back at him. It's the only defensive shot that's ever come past us in the commentary box. Another good length. This is a brilliant over from Porter. But now we'll see what he can do. Once again to Crosthwaite. Wimbledon started 60% favourites already. They've dipped a little bit, just clinging on to a slim lead. Very good shot. That's the one tactic that you might be able to use against a Yorker. And even this wasn't quite a Yorker, it ended up being a low full toss. But Crossway anticipates correctly. He didn't have to be Nostradamus to know after 4 perfect Yorkers he's going again. But that's an excellent shot. We have our first Maximo of the day, and it's a deflectimo.
Well, they did write Maximo in the grass in front of us. I don't think they had enough paint to put deflectimo on there.
True.
But he gave himself so much time there, didn't he? Just step back and... yeah, they're just double checking, but you can see there actually Toby Crowther, the fielder, signalled the 6 on the field. And he had the best view. He was only a metre or 2 away from it.
Yeah, I don't know who's done this, but there's some very neat writing, Maximo exclamation mark in front of the commentary box. And it's also slightly on my side, so they know this stuff. Just in case I need to be prompted, you know, just like...
if you forget your words.
I start fading, I need the auto cue. Line. Had some fun with Rico this morning. Right. Banstead, where have you been in the chat in Croatia?
Banstead does sound like a Shakespearean character, doesn't it? Got Banquo.
Once it again, they put the fine leg back, but to no avail as that one comes out a little bit too full as well. And so, classic, sometimes he did it, sometimes he didn't, from Toby Porter. Ends up going 6 and 4 to close out the over. Still a good one though on the whole. And Wimbledon, 26 for 1 after 2.
What the Wimbledon batters do very well is use the crease, and there Crossway was pretty much sitting on his stumps, give himself a bit of room, knocks it away, and well, standings for Group A. The lesser spotted Banstead.
Yeah, but a better team than 4 and 4 East Molesey. Yeah. You felt. I just honestly, I know it was a more even group I think than Group B, where Guildford struggled and eventually got 1 win in their last game, but. Yeah,
I would say the same of Twickenham actually as well. They're a better team than being bottom by a fair bit. In the end, they only lost the 2, but I think all 6 of their losses weren't really drubbings. I think
except
maybe the first one was, but after that they were in the game and just weren't able to get it over the line.
Going back to Toby Crowther, big swing and a miss. Great start from East Molesey so far. He actually spent some time at Twickenham, caught the train over, got off at Strawberry Hill, which
could only be England.
Sounded amazing.
Yeah.
I hadn't been to Strawberry Hill before, but I had a picture of the train station, just kind of strawberries everywhere, just kind of picking wild strawberries. It wasn't quite that, but it was nice. And spent a bit of time at Twickenham. Thick inside edge this time, bit of a Tortuga, but it goes to the preferred side of Archie Houghton. May see him at some point with his left arm spin. Yeah, but I visited our friends at Twickenham. It was a nice chance to say, I suppose, hello and goodbye to them as well, seeing they didn't qualify for the quarterfinals, but they had a game against the MCC. Chased down 300 against the MCC yesterday.
More than 10 overs then, I assume.
I'm not sure. But no, I think it was a 50 over game. But they were very hospitable. We had a few chats. Even played a bit of, after a couple of refreshments, it was quite a lively game of tennis ball cricket in the club rooms. Saw this morning. Bad ball, and that's going to go Maximo. Probably top of the pad height, but Crossway just uses the pace. It's only the gifts so far that have really been unwrapped. Check the height. I think, it's higher than I thought.
It's also back in his crease as well, so.
He's kind of bent. My instinct tells me it's probably okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if they call it. I think because he's crouched, they're happy that it's only a 6-up. Yeah, it was fairly lively. I mean, I got to get my sledging game on, which was good. This is up in the air, but nobody back at deep mid wicket. Not that it would have mattered because it's over the top as well. Maximo for Crossway. Terrible fielding, but it's never easy with the power drink in the other hand. Rolling cutter this time, I think, change of pace, but Crossway goes deep in his crease and sweats on it, hits it out of the park.
Just sat back on it, waiting for it to come. And it's good to see a few fans here, obviously, with the schedule changing. I had to wait for the first game here, but they're coming out here, and especially, I reckon if Wimbledon make the final later, there'll be a few more in attendance.
Yeah, I think there will. Happy Peacock Friday to everybody as well. Slightly earlier final, of course, 45 minutes earlier than originally scheduled because of the schedule change here on finals day. Crossway made a good start. Short takes it on. Hook shot in the air and taken and thrown and gone, I think. Well, this is a brilliant piece of field. He's not sure. It's only on the throwaway, I think. I think he definitely gets back, but he's not sure. And to be honest, I don't think anyone's sure. We'll go to the replay, Tina.
If he does manage to keep this in, this is a brilliant piece of fielding. Just going to be...
That's blurry, so I think we'll need to... We'll have to wait for that to focus. But is he on the line there or is he not? That's hard to tell. Okay,
he might have to go into the honesty box here. It looks like he's on the rope.
I think that's good. There's no rope movement. And then, yeah. Oh, it's been given 6. It's a funny one. Well, check this one. When it's blurry, it does look like they're together. But you tell me what you see, Tina. Do you think he lands before he throws it?
I think he lands there. I think he's on the rope there. If you keep going, you're just about to see the rope move up there.
You think there's a little bit of rope movement?
Yeah, I think
that's what they've seen. We got good eyes then. Even he wasn't sure, was he? And then it's one of those ones where we're so far away. And if there's any benefit of the doubt, it goes to the fielder on that occasion. But they were happy that there was a little bit of rope movement. I think the fielder, the fact that he didn't know, and I suppose was a bit suspicious of himself, kind of gave it up a little bit as well. So it will be the end of the third over, and a lucky break for Wimbledon, really. Millimeters away from a second wicket, but instead it's 45 for 1.
He's really unlucky because it's still a brilliant piece of fielding out there in the deep. It's such a skill to do that, to get your arms and legs and head all moving as one.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, with the original plant of the foot, he jumps up after that and the rope just about moves.
That's the thing that you're looking for. You're looking for rope movement because it can look like they're touching when it's so far away. And normally you're looking for, which side of the rope, obviously. That's going to be up and should be fielded out there. So, yeah, Wimbledon, let's go back to a narrow lead, but a very, very topsy-turvy kind of power play. End up with a fairly average score. Tries to take this on, test the fielder at deep square leg. Gravity takes its toll on Southgate, who's into the lineup, but does the job well.
Would have been a big wicket as well at the end of that over. It turns it from it's a misfield there, and it's going to go for 4 runs as well. I was going to say the previous over turned it from what would have been 13 plus a wicket to 19 coming from it. And insult added to injury here. Archie Houghton started well. This one, in fact, it was a missed opportunity, just burst straight through the hands of Taran Sridevi. Not only that, he sees it going all the way for 4 runs.
Flatter with the angle here. Just felt it was probably going to go down. It's very wide of the crease. Close. I think benefit of the doubt goes to the batter's way. Hit down the ground again, won't quite go. Oh no, that's going to be 4. Oh boy, Cullen just lost his bearings for a sec. Thing is here, he just thought he was still in, but he wasn't. Watch his left foot here, there. And even if he jumps from outside, because he's taken off from outside the boundary, it's going to be 4 runs. I still think he's not quite sure. He says, but I was in the air. He says, yeah, but you came from outside to touch just that left foot. Big feet though, Tom Cullen. And that'll be the end of the 4th over. It's 56 for 1. Still looks a bit quizzically at everyone, saying, what are you talking about? But classic caught on camera moment. Rope hasn't been friendly to East Molesey so far. Sheen's been a good player during the tournament. He's going to come on over number 5.
Yeah, he didn't play the first couple of games, but since he's come in, oh there you go.
I mean, these aren't easy.
No.
I will say that. I mean, just reminds me of Back to the Future 3, where they're shooting at his feet and telling him that Michael J. Fox to dance. But this one is, again, you never know what every bounce is going to do. It takes a little bit of a Tortuga right to left. Crowth can't hold on, and 4 more. Kind of mean their own worst enemy at times in the field.
It's crazy how 1 leads to 2, leads to 3 as well. There was the 1 drop by Sridevi in the next couple of balls. Oh, here's another chance. This one's going to drop short, though, of the skipper. But it could have been a catch in the end. It results in 12 runs.
Yeah, Sheen's also been very destructive with the bat. Likely opener for East Molesey. We're bowled. Oh, no ball, though. Cardinals in for the spinner. Let's have a look. Yeah, nothing behind the line. Even with a little swivel. Got to land with something behind that front line. Doesn't matter if it's grounded or not. Umpire said it wasn't. Free hit. Darts it. Kind of gets away with it to an extent. They should get 2. They might get 4. Well, this is an unforgiving, relentless outfield here. With the dry, seemingly dry conditions we've had over the last couple of weeks, it just runs and runs and runs, and Porter didn't have a play on it in the end.
I think the grass has had a haircut overnight as well, so it's just going to get quicker out here. Suddenly the runs are flowing for Wimbledon.
Oh, that could be a no, even though he's down. It has been called, and it's a 7-up. There's the self-inflicted wounds at the moment that are hurting East Molesey the most. A 7-up maximal for Crossway.
Hey.
Yeah, clear call, I think, even though he's crouched to hit the ball.
Yep.
Shoulder high when he hits it from the knee. Yeah, I just think, Boyle coming in more or less cold for this final. He could have easily opened with Lloyd and Crossway, put on that big opening stand, set up the huge total last night in the 180s for Wimbledon. So they end up coming together in this one after just 1.1 overs. Sheen is losing the handle a bit. It's gone 17 off half an over. Another free hit. Slows it this time and hit very well. Maximo. And get done on the top corner. But in the end, we're safe, equipment safe, and the result, Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, we've been looking at the deflection every time, haven't we, this time?
I was happy here because I went low. When they go low, you go high. Learned that from Michelle Obama. Equally applies when you're protecting the equipment. Fortune now get done by the Tortuga. Well, gets done in the sand, doesn't he? And Clyde having the heebie-jeebies in the field now as Wimbledon move up into the 80s. Have a look at this one. I mean, there's a little Tortuga, I guess. But I suppose Clyde doesn't get off his feet there, and Wimbledon trying to be sporting, but a few wry grins there, I think, from the batting dugout. Sheen won't be too happy, and though he gets a win last ball, it ends up going for 27. And Wimbledon, after 5 overs, 83 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Happy finals day. Better late than never. I'm here with Tina Goff. Tina, you look magnificent today as well.
Likewise.
Happy Peacock Friday. I've got a little bit peacock. I love your peacock suit. So yeah. It's one of my favourites.
Well, I'm still under the weather as well, so I had to go for a bit of
battery percentage.
Well.
Tina's a machine. She's been playing, she's been commentating, she's been travelling, she's been driving, she's been taking orders when they thought that she worked in the cafe. Great job. All right, in the air, and that'll be 4 as well. So, Lloyd hardly had any of the strike. Yoz just watches that one go by. But yeah, and he faced 8 balls in the first half of the innings, Tim Lloyd. But he's still there. Let's not forget him. How could you? Coming off a 70-odd yesterday. When they've hit their spots, they've had success, Wimbledon, but that's more like it. When they've hit the block hole, it's been successful. But then even if they've missed by a bit, these full tosses have been put away. A couple of self-inflicted, I suppose, with some of the boundary hijinks. We had the front foot no ball from Sheen. Yeah, a couple of high full tosses getting put away and creating free hits.
Just a change of equipment here, I think, for Crossway. Well, the bat that got him to 50 is no more.
Gone for the heavy bat. And he has passed 50, but now he's past 60 as he's getting another full toss. Been really good on those turning around the corner. Yeah, the 50 slipped under the radar, I think, from James. I mean, that's probably a good thing. There are certain players in European cricket, and one Saifur Rahman, the Baltic boss in Estonia, that his teammates won't clap his 50, and the general feeling is it distracts him on the way to his 100. And I would love to be one of those players.
How many hundreds has he got on the network?
Enough. That goes for domestic cricket as well.
Oh, okay.
They say, shh, shh, don't put him off. Reminds me of Australia's notes on Tendulkar in the 90s. Weaknesses, sometimes ties in the 190s. Another one that's a full toss that's going to get pounded over point. Maximo, 6 more. Crossweight to 68 now.
Well, Tim Lloyd has been the one that's been doing most of the damage in the last couple of games for Wimbledon. He's just 14 off 10. Otherwise, we'd normally be concerned about that kind of rate, but with Crossway at the other end going 68 off 20, Tim Lloyd happy to just provide assistance for now.
Team game, really. So, Houghton 26 off 10. Hasn't got it right enough. 98 now for Wimbledon. Fielder just getting back in position. Crossway. It's a little bit of length to work with here, not much, but still excellent technique. Drills it down the ground for 4 more and swings his way into the 70s.
Well, we had a century on the first day. I'm putting in an early curse here. Could we have a century on the last as well? Saying yesterday, it's not been a series blessed with massive scores or multiple hundreds, but that would be as good a time as any as that partnership gets closer and closer to that triple digits as well.
That's a tight one, isn't it, for Burge? He looks like he's got a little bit of suspicion on himself here. Again, we'll have to see. Is that foot touching the rope? Again, it's a tough one. Yeah, it almost looks like he's flicked the rope with his toe there, but again, it's a bit blurry. So, is there any rope movement there? Hard to say. Remember, the benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder. So yeah, that's the question. We'll try and play it. Here's a quick look. I thought I detected it. I actually saw a bit of rope movement there, if I'm honest, and it has been given 4. So yeah, good call by the umps. 106 for 1 after 6. Sridevi's going to come on. I wouldn't say they batted him out of it yet, but yeah, umpire's been eagle-eyed, done a very good job having to use all the technology available, and even then having to use some judgment and common sense. Again, in the T20Is, you can't use technology, which sometimes leads to some awkward situations. This is in the air. It should be gone. Sheen will take the catch. Lloyd has a rare off game, but I suppose Crossway's got his back. But right now, Lloyd heading back, out for 14. It's 106 for 2.
Yeah, maybe not the worst wicket to fall there for Wimbledon. It was a good partnership, but mostly it was the skipper doing the heavy lifting, Tim Lloyd. He departs 14 off 12. They do have batting to come, though, and when you're not firing, maybe it is worth rolling the dice. And William Sewell, he's someone who can come in and blast from the start, and that's exactly what Wimbledon will be hoping here.
Sridevi has had a breakout time as well, like his bowling against the challenge length, they call it sometimes. Okay, if you get in the middle, it's probably going for 6, but if you don't, you can provide an opportunity. That's exactly what happens. But look who comes to the crease, Will Sewell at number 4. Hello to Phil G, who's just about to get back. I think they're just a few minutes away from the second match of the day, so match 4. Cyprus have taken a lead, an unassailable lead in that 4-match T20I series, but still ranking points on the line, and important. Croatia won't want to get swept at home like they were last year to Spain, but I think Cyprus a bit more of a realistic opponent. So off the mark with 1. It's be a good little contest between Crossway, who's right in, and Sridevi, who's made a good start to his spell. Pitches up and launched. It's a really good shot, technical shot. New balls, please. Maximo Crossway into the 80s.
He just seems to have so much time at the crease, doesn't he? He just waits and waits for that one and
challenge
launches into it.
This one didn't have a lot of side spin on it, but challenge length, the 1 metre in front of the foot length, where you swing away. If you get in the middle, 6. If you don't, can potentially give an opportunity. We see that at the Cardamom Oval a lot. As you go up in standard in this format, you get more and more batters that are, let's just say, they're hitting a greater proportion of those for 6 and getting out to less. Sridevi with a comeback ball. Overdoes it, full toss, and that one's gone as well. Well, Crossway now to 88, and there's still over 3 overs left. Maybe a strike of fortune that he came in so early, because he's hit form, he's hit fire at the right time. Maximo, 2 more of those, and we're looking at a century here on finals day. Excellent batting from James Crossway, and Sridevi's over. It's looking so good, only 1 off the first half, but then back-to-back 6s. Still has to bowl the last ball. And now this one up in the air. Well, this is a chance, and fortune's under it. Clyde takes the catch. So James, it's a brilliant innings of 88, but he'll miss out on an ECN 100. Street Heavy has the last laugh and actually battles pretty well when you consider that he has 2 big fish in the over, despite going for a couple of maximos, 2 for 13. His figures in the 7th, and Wimbledon 119 for 3.
Well, we'll call that a team curse, but still a brilliant innings from the skipper comes to an end. And it's exactly what you're saying, Vinny. If he gets the middle, it's going to go into the bushes. If he doesn't quite get it, it's going to go straight up in the air. That's exactly what happened on that occasion. It was a relatively comfortable catch there for the East Molesey skipper. James will be more than happy with his output there.
Boston Red Sox called. They want to have a look at Crossweight. He was dealing with those full pitch balls pretty well in the innings. Quick look at what's happening in our ECN season. Of course, we finish in Wimbledon today. Croatia is already underway. Croatia will be running until next Sunday. And Rico Full and Phil are over there. Of course, Kiel, which is right in Tina's neighbourhood. She won't be there because selfishly qualified for the next round of World Cup qualifiers in the Netherlands, right?
Yep, Rotterdam.
Tell everyone who you're going to come up against in those.
We're
games.
Playing the Netherlands, Ireland and Italy. It's going to be tough. It's the first time, actually, that a lot of these players for Germany have played on turf.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a big challenge.
It's well fielded by Cullen. Gets it on just the one bounce. Wilkins has come in at number 5. We'll see him in a moment. That's the old 24-yarder from Sheen. Still can't put it away. So he digs in, tries to cramp the batter for room, but he does get it behind square. Wilkins off to a good start, 4 runs.
Hi to everyone joining in the chat as well. David Swan says, greetings from the moon.
Yeah, I love that David said you can still buy bits of the moon for $35. I reckon you could get them down to get them down to 25.
I misunderstood, I think, yesterday. I thought they gave the bits of the moon to you, but I think...
it's like when you name a star.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, that bit of the moon is now yours.
We're in the wrong business. Yeah. In the air, fielder, gone. Good catch, actually, by Burge. Does start pretty low to the ground. Just had to give it the old squat tactics, and he'll take it just above the grass. He wants to go to the replay, probably just because he wants to see it again, but it looked clean to me. Looked to go straight in. We'll have a look, but it's 124 for 4.
Well, I think he's okay. It's one of those where actually he would have made life a lot more easy for himself if he just took a step forward, Sam Burge. But in the end, well, I think he does take it.
It was so clean, we're not going to show it to you again. But I had a look at it.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
It was a good low catch. He took the highest ball I think I've seen in my life yesterday. It was like an 8-second hang time, 7.5, 8. And anything above 6 is ridiculous. Well, here's Gert coming off a golden duck, but there's controversy 12 months ago. Gert was left out. It was shades of the KP in the dressing room saga of the early 2000s. But he is back at the business end this time. Very popular player though, Gert. Former Portuguese coach. And they're going to put the fine leg in it and kind of guard against the deflection. Now they're going to say, well, guard against the reverse deflection. I think maybe they don't mind him trying that shot, but he must be thinking about it. And he just stands and he hits and he finds the gaps. Good little inside outage there from Osthuizen. And he'll start with a boundary.
Well, Wimbledon do have a lot of batters who can just come out and hit straight away. William Sewell, well, he's not quite done that. When he faced the 2 deliveries, just rotated the strike on his 2. Tom Wilkins, he went 4 and out. Gert, he's going to go 4 and 4, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, don't worry about the deflection, says Gert. I'm going to hit straight through the line of the ball. So that's an excellent shot as well. Good hands. He's got that kind of quite straight backlift, so he's able to kind of come in and out and hit those straight balls, manoeuvre them to the offside. Yeah, Wimbledon, they've got some history with Spencer, by the way, who we know already in the final. But Wimbledon ended up going out in straight sets last year. They finished on top. Oh, a quicker one. It's in the air. It's hooked away and it's over the top. Maximo. Porter's not a bad fielder to have out there. But Gert finishes 4-4-6 with a few tricks. And Sheen, despite the wicket, will go to the brink of magical in that over. 19 runs come off it. And after 8 overs, Wimbledon 138 for 4.
Well, Michael Sheen's surprise bouncer yesterday was right on the money this time. I think Gert was equal to it, just hooked it away. And Sheen, well, he's probably in the MVP conversation, but he would have had better spells. 46 off his 2 overs to get the wicket, though.
I'll put that to the chat. Who do you think's the MVP of this tournament? You've got plenty to choose from. There's been a lot of good performances. Wimbledon for 162, but I still think, this East Molesey lineup, that doesn't faze them, I don't think. Yeah, Wimbledon finished top last year, but then had to run into NCCA, aka the England 11, who they went down to in a 9-over reduced match. And then, of course, they had the double chance, but then Spencer, who'd gotten over Twickenham, who I think were higher ranked in the Eliminator, Spencer knocked them over, 179 to 133. So Wimbledon missed the final last year. They don't want to fall at the final hurdle this time. Clyde's coming on, will just get the one over, but the first one will disappear. Maximal for Sewell, his first.
Finally, Sewell, third time lucky, finds the rope after just rotating the first 2. Wimbledon here. Well, certainly looking 160 plus, you'd imagine. Still 11 balls left. Clyde looking for a comeback.
Clips into the gap, but well done by Burge to shut it down. They're going to go for 2. Think he's in, but wasn't the best bat slide. That's Sewell legs it out. Again, that's good hustle. I think they knew that Burge was going to have to go to ground. I think he got enough of that bat down. There's certainly no evidence that he didn't. We do get back for a couple. Clyde Reeves Fortune. Part-timer, pretty good part-timer with the ball. Tries out the bouncer, but he's able to free the arms and hook it away. Sewell, Maximal, 6 more. Brings up the 150 for Wimbledon, who look well on top right now. Well, Wayne has said hello to Mr. Vinny and Lady Tina. I suppose we are a little bit kind of like the aristocracy with our outfits today, but Wayne says Saeed should get MVP for his catch attempting, and I think mostly for his game-changing ball retrievals from the forest. I mean, 1 would go in, 2 would come out with Saeed yesterday. He's lurking over there. There's a few things that I feel would complete the tournament nicely. I know we've only got now about 1.5 games from here. Saeed to get a catch.
Yep.
Tyrone to get a catch.
Yes.
What other loose ends do we have to tie up?
I mean, maybe it's wishful thinking, but Dave B to get a catch.
Oh, just misses the penalty here. I don't think it would have been out. Clyde. I don't know if he's played much football, but football is pretty big in South Africa. Hits onto the body, but you see Gert. Would have been tight. Photo finish. Everyone loves a kick run out. Except whoever's out, I suppose. Right, Gert. He's faced 3 times. He's hit 3 boundaries. Facing Clyde Reeves Fortune. Backs away, gets a change of pace. Probably wasn't the odds there. Thing is, I say this a few times, but when you back away in the longer form of the game, it's normally because the bowlers are going at the stumps all the time and you want to create room. Whereas here, most of the time, you're getting room. So then when they bowl that side off, you can't really reach it. That one just missed the stumps, though. Now, this is in the air. Won't carry. They'll just get a single. So, decent over from Clyde. Goes for 16 in the 9th. The 150 has come up, though, for Wimbledon. 1 over remaining. They're 154 for 4.
Would it be out if you slide tackled the stumps with the ball in between your feet?
No. I mean, unless the ball... It's great. It's a great question. So, you can break the stumps with the ball. Obviously, the ball can break the stumps. Or with any of your arm or hand, as long as that hand is holding the ball. So if your ball's in the right hand, you can hit it with any of your hand or your right arm. But it's a good point. If you had the ball between your feet...
And under control.
Under control with,
clasp it.
I've seen a catch caught between the feet from a keeper in ECC.
You could roll it in between your shins.
But that's something I've never thought of, and I've thought a lot of things. That you can't then use foot holding the ball. Whereas and I suppose literally the laws say hand. Now in some languages, the word for foot is hand of the leg.
Yeah.
So maybe in those countries you could break the stumps with your foot. like in Spanish, toe is foot finger. Right, in the air. This should be out, I think. Cullen's under it, and he'll take the catch. So Sewell's going to go. Cullen doesn't quite stick the landing. Hopefully his knee's all right. The good news for his team is that the Grizzlies stick Sewell out for 17. It's 155 for 5. There's some concerns here. Cullen doesn't exactly spring to his feet. And I think he's just a bit worried. And when he takes the catch, he strains the knee, and he doesn't want to put any weight on it. So yeah, Tom Cullen, somebody they've brought in, obviously, mainly for his batting. They want him to stay fit. Sewell out for 17. Not a bad little cameo from Will, but it's 155 for 5.
Yeah, it's one of those that could be nasty. Just overextends his knee a bit. I think he's okay. He's still on the field, just flexing it up and down.
Well, you could lop his leg off and he'd still want to bat in the second innings. Tom's right up for this. Aussies are tough. He'll stay right there. All right, here's Sam Baldwin. 4 balls to go. Porter. It's driven on more work for Tom. This will test it out. Probably want 2 here, but good field. You can see rockets it back to the keeper. Excellent fielding. I suppose Gert is the quote-unquote set batter now, so not a bad thing for Wimbledon that he's got the strike. Hello to Stuart. Nice to see you. How many overs per side? Still 10 overs here on finals day. A little chop job here, and nice work from Clyde. Finds himself kind of out of position there. Just swipes left on this one and is able to get a little bit of the Grizzly. Successful result.
It's like a cat playing with a ball of
Cat
yarn.
and string. Classic. You a cat person? We already established you're not really a dog person.
No, I'm a dog person. I just don't have a dog.
Ah, okay.
My life.
I'm allergic.
That's what. Yeah, I think I'm not allergic.
I don't dislike cats, but I don't really see the point of them.
I just don't like the fact that they could turn on you at any moment and just
That's the thing.
Then when they're
Kittens?
nice, they're nice.
Kittens, yeah.
But the claws come out very quickly,
yeah.
don't they?
I had a cat that was
Nasty.
nasty to me when I was young. Pity was, it was our cat for 16 years. Last ball, and it's going to be 1. Might as well try for 2. Fumble might allow it. He throws to the keeper kind of blindly, and that's why you go for it. So they have to eat it in the end to East Molesey. And Wimbledon 160 for 5 in this sudden death semi-final. 161 will be the target for East Molesey. It is the highest chase that would be pulled off were they to do it here. It's at Wimbledon. I suppose he's got the runs on the board. I think it's pretty close to a 50-50. Just feels that maybe, you go on evidence of the tournament so far. Wimbledon in front by a nose. But I think East Molesey are quietly confident, and they've got the batters to chase this down. All to play for here.
You got to say, what a final over from Toby Porter as well. Going for just the 6 runs and picking up a wicket. Not a single boundary conceded in the final 9 balls of the innings. So didn't quite grind to a halt for Wimbledon, but I think they will be disappointed that they didn't get 170 plus.
Yeah, and we didn't see a boundary in the last 9 balls of the innings, and so it didn't get that big finish. I mean, earlier than that, we saw Boyle chop onto his foot and that go back onto the stumps. Bit of an unlucky one. But they had their good moments and their not so good moments with the ball, East Molesey. When they did nail the Yorkers, Wimbledon couldn't do much about it, but then had a couple of these ones. This one, I think the toe was just on the rope. The first time when he touched the ball, umpires ended up giving that 6. I think the umpires had some tough calls to make, but they were pretty good and pretty rational about how they made those decisions. That was another one that was a boundary after another one that Cullen stepped over the rope. So it's kind of a bit of a run of these. You could argue East Molesey could be chasing even less, but Wimbledon, they seem to be able to cash in on some of those mistakes. But even they will be upset because they had a kind of platform to go 175, 180, and they had to settle for 160 in the end.
Yeah, the game just fell away a touch when the skipper departed. He went for 88, so he scored more than half the runs for Wimbledon, but when he went, it was 119 for 3 at the end of the 7th, so he still had 3 overs, but from that stage, he's not quite able to kick on, despite a nice few cameos first from Williams Hewell and then from Gert, but just no one really took on the mantle to go big in the final few overs.
We talk about the fact that, my theory anyway, once you get 160, every 10 runs after that, it's basically doubling your chances of winning the game. Yeah. So if they got to 170, I feel like the chance of chasing it halves, and then you get 180 at halves again. So, 160 is certainly very much kind of a challenging target, but a target that isn't beyond East Molesey if they can get one or two players to really get going. What about Crossweight, though? 88 off just 25 balls. Brilliant innings from the skipper. 9 Maximos, 8 fours in there. Really made them pay for even the smallest error in length. Apart from that, no one actually reached 20, although Gert had a nice little cameo, 19 not out. Sewell with 17 likewise. Lloyd, a rare off game for him, 14 off 12 before he was caught by Sheen off the bowling of the wrist spin at Sridevi. Bowling-wise, well, Toby Porter, you mentioned his great last over, only going for 6 and picking up a wicket in there. Sridevi with 2 for 13, his only over, didn't get another one. They decided to go back to pace, and Clyde Reeves-Fortune bowled the 9th. Wicket also for Michael Sheen, though he was up in the naughty 40s and a few more than he would have liked to have conceded, but he'll have the right of reply because I think we'll see him opening the batting. 161 runs between East Molesey and the final. Wimbledon to try and make it to the final on their home turf for the first time. Well, they need to defend this 160, and the loser, well, unfortunately for them, their day is over. So all to play for here. Vinny Sato here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. We'll take a quick break, then we're back with the second half of the second semi-final when we return to Rains Park for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to England. Don't be fooled by the blue sky. We are in London, and it is a beautiful Peacock Friday. I like summer, and I like being in England when it's summer because everyone's got a very cheery disposition, and just having a nice little chat to some of the crowd. I know that they're really looking forward to this run chase. I took a bit of a poll, and nobody could really agree on which one of these two teams is favourite in this situation. Although Wimbledon 160, it's a good score, but not an insurmountable score. I think a lot has to do with how well East Molesey bat, but also can Wimbledon hit their spots and maybe come up with 2 or 3 non-boundary balls and over. I think when you get to the high levels of this format, we talk a lot about just even bowlers getting a couple of wins, or maybe winning half the over. But you've got 2 batters out there that really can give it a biff. Michael Sheen is opening up. It looks like they've sent Jamie Southgate out there as well. So you've got left-hand, right-hand combination. You've got William Sewell, who's going to get us going. Power play is really important here. A lot on the line. We'll decide the next 10 overs. Here we go. It starts with a little cut, and it's going to be mishandled. It's going to be 4. Now, it's not an easy bit of fielding. That's Jamie Ashby there, I think. And he spills it. Got a long hop, so he got to look at it, but it just kind of burst through both his hands and ended up running away for 4. So, bit of luck first up for Sheen. He got taken to the dry cleaners, didn't he, in the first innings? Went for 46 of his 2, so he's got some making up to do. Pitched up. There's 1 win for the bowler, Will Sewell. Yeah, so 16 and over. How do you get it? Well, if you get 3 boundaries in an over, you generally will stay up with that rate. Any less than that, it's pretty hard to make the rate of 16 and over. But this is going to be a boundary, beautifully lent back on by Michael Sheen and cut away, and it's still going. Maximo. You can see what Sewell's trying to do. He's trying to get him reaching outside his body, maybe hope for a miss, hope for an edge, hope for a miss hit. But Sheen, again, not a lot of footwork there, just kind of spots it. Stays pretty still, doesn't try and keep it down at all. Up and over the rope. 2 teams that are really good in the format. And Wimbledon have played a bit more of it than East Molesey, but East Molesey have picked it up very, very quickly. It's kind of like stick cricket brought to life. We say sometimes you just got to play freely. You've got to be brave with the bat. You've got to be brave with the ball as well. You've got to try things. It was really interesting to have Jason Berendorf here a couple of days ago and saying, got to keep the batter guessing. Just that's your only job, really, as a bowler. Little whip away here. Saw some of the ground fielding in the first innings going awry for East Molesey. Maybe giving up, you'd say, a dozen runs that they shouldn't have. But keep an eye on that run rate required. Pretty much starts at 16. That'll tell you whether they're ahead or behind. Back away and slice over backward point. Not quite off the middle, but the pace of Sewell takes it over the rope. Maximo! So East Molesey, they do get what they need off this first over. Still a ball remaining, but you can see the percentages there. 66% to Wimbledon. Don't forget, we haven't seen a 160s chase in this series. And that does kind of surprise me, given that quite often we have 2 teams facing off against each other that are both very good with the bat. Just checking, actually, we know we had that highest chase. We can get the exact amount for you. 153 it was, actually. And that will be the end of the over. So Sewell goes for 18, and decent start for East Molesey. 18 without loss after 1. Yes, and it was East Molesey that have that highest chase of the series. They chased 153 against Twickenham. Seems a long time ago. It is a long time in the ECN universe. That was back on day 3, Wednesday the 30th of July. And since then, I've been to Gibraltar, done 13 games, come back. We've been around 112 matches since the Golden Ball. One thing we never have had on English soil is a golden ball. Well, it's time. You could say it's coming home. Let's have a golden ball here. We've only got 2 chances. This game in the final is Speller getting the second. Back away, and there's nobody at third, so that's going to go over the top as well. Maximo, Southgate kind of plays for it. Knows if he can heave it up and under, that this will fly, and he doesn't have to worry about getting caught down on the boundary. Interesting, they have gone for Southgate. He's kind of been in and out of the side. He was listed at 7. They had options. They have options. Gladry's Fortune's an obvious one. Tom Cullen's another one. No ball called. Speller oversteps. Looks down with disgust at the popping crease. I think you can see there, it's a pretty clear call. Heels on the line, but not behind. Umpires have been very good, I've got to say. Like umpire boot camp, I say sometimes. European Cricket Series. Free hit. Good one. Edged into the ground, so Speller dodges a bullet. Not a guy you'd associate with dodging too many things. Good comeback though. And gets this one to pop a little bit. So, yeah, stacking up a few little wins. I feel this could be a toing and froing kind of a game. Nicely done once again from Wimbledon, keeping it in the infield. Want to be 32 at the end of the over to be on the rate. We're in the Goldilocks zone, people. Nice shot. Straight through the line, and it goes all the way. Maximo! Yeah, even picks the gaps in the crowd. That was very thoughtful. So they are on the rate. And even above the rate at the moment, East Molesey. Sheen. He's got a beautiful swing of the bat, doesn't he? He's a very good cricketer. That one carries by a metre or slightly more. Now he's going to find the gap and ease that one away for 4 more. So Sheen catching a bit of fire in the first 2. That extra ball from Speller that was created by the no ball ends up going to the boundary. So his over will go for 18. And a pair of 18s actually to get us going. 36 without loss. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo. And Tina Goff rejoining me in the commentary box.
Delicately poised this one, isn't it? 36 off the first 2. Good start for East Molesey. But they pretty much need to keep up that rate with the run rate over 15.5. It looks like the hosts here turning to a bit of spin in the form of Jack Boyle, just trying to stop the momentum in the power play here.
Yeah, nice to see Boyle in the lineup. See what he's thinking here. Just wants to sneak it in, but it's just outside the tram line. Remember, the line does belong to the bowler. That one does miss it. This one's on a length and cracked through the offside, and that's going to be 4. A bit of friendly fire there, but they won't mind, East Molesey. A boundary to the total, and they're pretty close to taking the lead, according to the supercomputer.
Wimbledon just need to somehow get out of the power play and then protect those boundaries. Meanwhile, East Molesey need to cash in while they can. That's exactly what Jamie Southgate's doing here, but he's going to be out as he holds it to the man deep mid wicket. And it's, well, we were in the super Goldilocks zone. That might swing things back into Wimbledon's favour. He was there to be hit, really. A little short from Jack Boyle. Southgate will be fuming with himself that he doesn't manage to get underneath this one. He sees it straight away, sees the fielder out there, and starts setting off straight for the dugout.
Just couldn't have picked him out any better. And I think it's really important you hold your chances. And we'll only get to see the 2 games today, but it's a crucial part of finals days. In these moments, can you create, but more importantly, can you take a chance? And that was well taken out there by Tim Lloyd. He's got buckets for hands. I said that earlier in the tournament. And there's the wicket for Boyle, who is a New Zealander who has played a very good standard of cricket and does play a good standard of cricket. Showing his versatility here, coming on with his off spin. And now he's going to have to deal with a guy that was playing Test cricket in New Zealand not too long ago, Clyde Reeves-Fortune. And that could be out. First ball, it's a fraction away from the fielder, James Ashby, and a bit of a streaky one for Clyde, but he's off the mark with 4. It's like a missed sweep. Gets enough bat to get it over the top.
Enough bristles on it there to sweep it away. And still ends up being a good power play so far with 3 balls left. What Mozzie can't afford here is to lose another one in the opening 3.
This time he chases it outside the tram line, but he's good enough to pound it over the offside. Maximal, the 50's up in the blink of an eye for East Molesey.
Despite picking up that wicket, Jack Ball otherwise has pretty much gone to the rope. Started with that wide. Another 3 of the legal deliveries have all gone to the boundary. Apart from that wicket, which, well, if you gave Jamie Southgate another go at it, probably would have found the rope as well. Very much 50-50 this game now.
This one is a very, very well executed shot. Back deep in the crease, Clyde gets the length. And he's able to get those fast hands through the ball. Maximal says Carreras Masters Boyles over goes magical. Check it out here. He goes deep, and then even then, another little skip step back and makes it seem even shorter than it was. And Clyde, we know he does like to do that. I feel like you've got to at least try to draw him forward. Maybe into a mistake, but obviously this is a guy not too long ago was playing Test cricket, so it's not going to be an easy one to keep quiet. Boyle. Got 1 more ball to go in the over. So now, at the end of the power play, 48 would be on the money. And they're going to be a good 10 ahead of that. And they're favourites at the moment, East Molesey. We haven't seen a 160s chase, but remember we had a 164, 162 game a couple of days ago. This one will be handled well. It's a bit of a dicey run, but they'll get away with it. And that'll be the end of the power play. It's 58 for 1.
Michael Sheen set off immediately there. I think if it was a clean pickup and throw, he might have been in trouble. And actually, it was Clyde at the non-striker's end who would have been in trouble, but that was the longer throw. In the end, they sneak through. Power play certainly goes their way. 45 for 1 Wimbledon after their first 3. East Molesey ahead.
Like I said, that for every 10 runs above 160, your chances halve of chasing it. And you just look at that last over. You'd expect 16 to be par. They only get 6. And that's the difference. 160, 170 does feel a lot different. As we can see Sam Baldwin now, another one of the spin twins, who's coming on to bowl over 4. Left arm orthodox. First one will find the fielder Lloyd. That's only a single. Left-hander to left-hander though. Sheen's probably a better matchup on paper against Baldwin, but still we've got a good contest coming up.
And they are at the power play now, so just making a few adjustments to the field. They've got long on, cow corner, deep mid-wicket. They've just moved it around as well, so they've got long off and deep covers now.
Sheen gets one that shoots on a little bit. Nice hands from Crossweight behind the stumps. Just the kind of luck factor. You could easily, due to that lack of bounce, you drag it onto the stumps, or you can get a little nick on that. Sheen survives. A natural variation there. Now he gets one that kind of drifts away from him. It's good over from Baldwin so far, bringing Wimbledon almost back to 50-50.
Sheen almost trying to overhit it. He's just planting that front foot and swinging the bat. Third time lucky. Well, he hits it hard, and it goes over the diving figure of Jonathan Speller. I think gets fingertips on it, but nothing more than that. That one goes for a flat 6.
Fantastic effort from Speller. He's flying through the air. Air traffic control, I think we're calling in. And even though the ground hasn't stopped shaking near the commentary box, it's still the kind of effort you like to see. It will bring 6 runs out East Molesey. Comeback ball for Baldwin. Goes back. Very good use of the feet once again from Sheen. as he manoeuvres that one through point for 4 more. He's up in the 30s now.
I think Sheen feels like he's got a bit of a point to prove here, given that he went for 46 off his 2 overs. If he manages to win all those runs back with the bat, he'll put his side in a very commanding position. That run rate still around 15, so they just need to keep on that rate. This one's already gone for 11 with 1 ball left. That's for Wimbledon. They need a wicket from somewhere just to break this partnership.
Yes, there's still a lot to be written in this game. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Not a lot of them are here. Hello, John Gray, and hello to Kroomy. He says he wants a cotton ball. Understandable. Shout out to friend of the network as well, Sam Houghton, who took a brilliant one-handed catch for Croatia this morning behind the stumps. Uh-oh. Well, that's pie with HP sauce, really. It's a knee-high full toss. Rare error from Baldwin. And Sheen puts him away, Maximo, to finish the over. And even though Baldwin looked like he was on top of the over, only 1 came off the first half, but the second half of the over went for 16, so that's 17 in total. And that's up with the rate with East Molesey, 75 for 1. Sheen not missing out on that gift. And I think that one's still travelling, Tina.
Just as we thought that Wimbledon maybe put a lid on this chase again, just let it slip. A couple of errant deliveries, and suddenly that run rate required now below 14.5. 86 and 36 is the equation, with Michael Sheen in particular looking ominous. 37 off 11. Clyde, though, he's only faced the 5 deliveries, has scored 18 runs, but Wimbledon will persist with the spin as they turn now to James Ashby. Well, it's more of a military medium off a spinner's run up.
I won't be happy with you for that, but yeah, I think they go back to something a little bit different. I think what Jason was saying the other night. You try things. I always say change things. If the game's not running your way, change the type of bowler. Don't maybe bring back a bowler that these batters have already taken down. This isn't a good ball at all from James Ashby, as that's hooked out of the ground into the thick stuff. Maximo. 6 runs. If you bowl there to a good player like Clyde Reeves-Fortune, you're definitely going to get burnt.
I think Wimbledon at the moment just guilty of bowling 2 or 3 bad balls per over, and East Molesey cashing in on those, and if they go to the rope, that's pretty much all they need from the set of 6. Sam Baldwin, perfect example of that. 3 good balls, went for just the 1, but the 3 bad balls went for 16. Appeal here for caught behind. I think James Crossway, the keeper, certainly interested. Maybe a bit of something on there, just a question of what it was. Oh, if anything.
Does it even carry? It was low. Don't think they're satisfied he's hit it in the first place. But it was close to the carry. Moot point. Meanwhile, Reeves-Fortune is going to keep on keeping on. And Wimbledon, I think, on a bit red alert right now because they're just drifting away. Need a turning point. Again, digging it into a play that's very strong on the pull. It's fraught with danger. Wimbledon just still searching for their moment in this second innings.
You can see it's all gone very quiet among the men in pink out on the field. Just need a bit of inspiration from somewhere, but the bowling just hasn't been at their finest so far. Again,
there's not even what I would call a kind of challenge length that we talked about, where the batter's coming forward might elicit a miss hit. Well, this is a very good shot because this actually pops off the pitch a bit, but Clyde's got such fast hands, he's going to pop it over backward point for 6 more. Maximo and East Molesey now, they're well ahead, Tina.
They're making pretty light work of this run chase so far. I think there's still a few twists and turns, but at the moment, just before halfway stage, 91 on the board, 16 runs coming off this over so far. And pretty much they're just dealing in boundaries. They don't even need to bother running, really, because they know they can score just 3 or 4 boundaries and over, and that'll be enough.
Thing is, you can get one of these 2 out. Probably got Tom Cullen coming to the crease. And again, he's a very, very good player. So they shouldn't run out of batting here. Got to try and keep him quiet, and that's not going to work because that's up, and that is also going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Ashby goes magical, join the club. And at the end of 5 overs, East Molesey are 97 for 1. Well, there you go, mate. Being a slight change of pace that time from James Ashby. But again, we didn't see really Yorker length or anything that was going to be hitting the V down the ground. Now, a lot of people are asking me about the Croatia tour. Well, here's a good look at what's happening over there. Now, already we started with the T20s. That's yesterday and today. We're going to T10 action there from tomorrow with the same two countries, Croatia and Cyprus, going head-to-head in best of 7. There'll be a 5-team Croatian European Cricket Series on the weekdays next week, and it'll be finals Friday before the women take centre stage. Best of 7 between Jinx Zagreb of Croatia and the Lavender Lionesses of Serbia. And Lionesses have been in good form in world sport recently. All right, another one short and on the pads, and that's going to go for 4. So they do bring Sewell back here. It'll bring up the 100 for East Molesey, but it just seems to me it's all starting with the ball from Wimbledon. They're just not quite getting it right at the moment.
Yeah, you can see that the heads have dropped, and it's all coming from the bowling, which has just not been good enough from the hosts so far. East Molesey bring up the 100 at the very start of the 6th over, and well, that win predictor, which was fluttering in the Goldilocks zone pretty much the whole game so far, is now shot up to 86%. And well, it's not the microphone's not working, it's just silent out there.
It's flat is what I'd call it. You know, it's one thing that I'd never really been able to work it out, that there are some games, I'll go into in a minute, where things aren't as you expect. That one is hit straight to the field, it does well. But I've even played huge games, so, you know, national semi-finals for indoor cricket and these kind of things, when you expect everyone to be like right up and about, and it's just something that you can't put your finger up. It's just flat. And it's nobody in particular, it's just, there's a general feeling that it's not happening. And to break out of that cycle can be quite difficult. And I just feel that's where Wimbledon are right now. So, with a comeback ball, back of the hand, at least he's trying something there. Executes it pretty well, it's only a single. So what I used to say in those moments where I felt that happening as a keeper, I'd say, okay, come on, everybody give me 9%, and I'll give it an extra percent, and that's 100%. So we're all going to lift as a team. Everyone's got to give a little bit extra, and let's see if we can turn things around. That's very good stop. So something like that, that's Gert, who is going to throw wildly at the bowler's end, but even something like that. And let's try and get something going. Let's try and get a bit of a run on. But ultimately, what they really need here, Tina, is to break this partnership. Because if they don't, I think it's going to be curtains for Wimbledon in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a partnership that's rattling along nicely. 63 off 20 deliveries. Clyde let Michael do most of the heavy lifting first up, but now he's back in business and he knocks that one away for 4 runs as well. And Saeed is in the game on the edge of the shrubbery as Clyde moves up to 45.
The stick brigade's out there. Is that Saeed already? He's got a big reputation now as the best ball finder that we got at the ground. Yeah, smart batting though. Again, it's a ball that bounces. And most of those have disappeared, but he uses the pace beautifully. He's taking the lead now, Clyde. He's on 45, backs away and picks out the point. He's having to moonwalk back, so it'll be an easy single there. Clyde Reeves Fortune will retain the strike, and East Molesey 109 for 1 after 6, needing 52 off the last 4 overs.
Well, it's at least a better over from William Sewell, goes for just the 12. So that's actually slightly below the run rate required. If Wimbledon can just sneak in an over here, or even 2 overs that go for single digits, then it's suddenly game on. That's
so true.
That's at least the risk for them of a high chase, is that East Molesey need to keep going. And they've done it perfectly so far, but one small over and it could be different.
So what have we got? 52 required, 13 and over. So you're trying to, 13's a par over now. Let's see if Boyle can win the battle with 13. First one comes back. Looks like it might be spinning back enough to grab some of the line, but I think it started so wide that umpire had a pretty easy call there. Good bounce there, Boyle. That's well bowled. Well, pick up and throw from Crossweight blindly. Great bit of keeping. They'll get back for just the one. But this is the kind of length I'm talking about. We haven't really seen too much block all, have we? You've seen a lot of kind of bounced balls, and these two are in. They're almost toying with that kind of length. Okay, Sheen against Boyle. Oh, Sheen overbalances. Boyle has really tried to go tramline here, and I think he probably does just get a fraction of the blue. It's a tight call. Now, low full toss. Can it be stopped? Oh, it's an excellent piece of fielding. That's the kind of thing you need to lift. Every run is crucial here. We could be heading for a big finish. And Will Sewell lays his body on the line and hooks it back into play.
Almost loses his trousers for good measure as well, but it's a brilliant dive. It was coming at quite speed, wasn't it?
I'll bring the spectators back. Right in front of the peanut gallery there. Oh, he's got him. And so Clyde, he wants the leg side. He's willing to go fishing outside off stump, but he will be out of here. And Boyle brought in at a crucial juncture in the game. Perhaps he's turned it slightly back towards the host. Cease Molsey, 112 for 12 for 2.
I think Wimbledon wish they were for 12. I'm just wondering what happened here. Yeah, it just maybe takes a bit of the thigh pad on the way through. At first, I actually thought it came back off the keeper and then hit the stumps, but I think it just sneaks straight through. I don't know if it touches a bit of something on the way.
112 for 12, not a score you'd see even on ECN. Let's try and break it down. He makes an early movement, and I mean, it didn't really pick too much of a deflection, mate. I mean, do you feel like it probably did get a little bit of the inside edge?
Yeah, I think it just deflected off the stumps. I was just confused by how the ball went sideways, but I think it just went sideways off stump in the end.
So it was a bit of a premeditated movement. Oh, interesting now. Well, this could... Is a new batter? Has he got the wrong shoes or something? Cullen, he's probably going to wear a penalty. He hasn't changed his shoes. So he's not ready to go in 60 seconds. Oh no, or was he just not the next one in? Oh, interesting. So
I think it's the wrong shoes.
They did get a new batter out there. Now they might have him out there because that's LBW. So Burge basically burns the ball because he had to come on because Cullen hadn't changed his shoes. So that quick thinking meant that Burge said, well, we don't want the 5-run penalty, I'll go out there. But then he steps across and Boyle traps him in front. Not something I think I've seen before. Because I was looking at Cullen, he wasn't ready to go, so I assumed they're going to get a penalty. But Burge, quick thinking, he got out there, but quick innings, he's out of there. Gone for a goal at 112 for 3, and Boyle's on a hat-trick.
I don't think he meant to just burn a ball and not hit it. I think he goes for the sweep and ends up hitting it somewhere in the midriff. It's a fair enough decision. But I suppose team player there, Tom Burge, making sure they don't succumb to the penalty. Tom Weston of Wimbledon, of course.
Yeah, only hat-trick so far in the series. Where is Tom? Shouldn't be in the team, shouldn't he? All right, hat-trick ball. Oh, wide. Don't think he ever drags his foot. I'll go to the bowler's end. They think of 2 now. Keeper's end might be on if he can pick it up. And I think Sheen realises just in time that his partner's overrun. So Cullen, shades of Cinderella at midnight at the ball, but he won't turn into a pumpkin. He'll just come out at number 5. That was a wide, so we've still got a ball to go. But yeah, it's a bit of a look at what's to come. We'll come back to that in a moment. Again, so a slight injury issue here. Spencer already in the final to take on the winner of this game. And that will be starting after a bit of an extended break. So we're actually about 3 hours away from the start of that game. It'll be 3:30 GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe. It's 9 o'clock in India. If you're here in London with us, it's a 4:30 start. Sheen on 44. He plays around this one. So what an over from Boyle. We talked about winning the battle with 13. He only gives away 5. There's 2 wickets in the over. And this game has taken a turn. We are almost on an even coin flip. Definitely in the Goldilocks zone. But Boyle tilts it back towards the host. 114 for 3.
Oh, we were asking where Tom was. He's in the chat. He's saying he's hoping to get down later. And I suppose for Tom, he's hoping to get down to watch his side in the final. As this one suddenly again delicately poised, and it's exactly what we were saying, Vinny. 1 over going the way of the hosts, and suddenly the win predictor actually puts them back as favourites. It's been swinging this way and that.
Biggest over of the game so far. And it's Wilkins who's going to bowl it, and he traps Cullen first up. Cullen, brilliant player, but he hasn't had a lot of cricket in the series. Can he come good here? Premeditated charge. Wilkins, who's He's like an old-fashioned gunslinger, isn't he? With his action, he'll change his release, he'll change his arm action. Slowest hands in the West, but Wilkins is an awkward kind of customer. Yeah, Cullen's a guy who's, he's played first-class cricket, 22 matches. He's played for Glamorgan, originally from Australia. You know he's up to it, but can he provide it? There's almost no time to go. Sheen blasts it into the gap, 4 runs. And he's just been starved with a strike at the last few minutes, really. But Sheen, he's a cool head, I think, and just the sort of player you'd want out there for East Molesey. Grabs a 4.
Big boundary as well. It's the first boundary in 9 balls. Just needed that one to release a bit of the tension. Put that run rate back up towards 17. And this over so far, halfway through, it's only gone for the 5. You'd imagine if they get Michael Sheen's wicket here, Wimbledon will be well on top in this game.
Yeah, you have 2 freshies. But like I said, it's a powerful lineup they've got. Sheen 48, Wilkins is trying to win some little battles here. Steps, hits, finds the fielder. Even that is important at this stage. So I think Cullen's the real wild card. He's the real barometer for me. I think if Cullen can get going, I think they probably win. If not, I think it's going to slip away. There's Saeed. He's come back with 2 balls. Some of them aren't even from our series.
I mean, yesterday he went and didn't even come out with a cricket ball.
Yeah, true. He's had football in there. Cullen, again, he's going to have to settle for 1. Wilkins, what an over this is. And no matter what happens from here, unless we see a no ball 6 or something like that, and Wilkins has done his job and done it very, very well. Sheen on 49. East Molesey, just that little kind of boundaryless run where they lost a couple of key wickets. Let's put them behind. Last ball of the 8th. And it'll get launched. Well, that is distance. That's a really good shot. It brings up the 50 for Michael Sheen. Brings it up off 20 balls, and he will get them 6 valuables at the end of the 8th over. 127 for 3. And we got to finish on, Tina. 34 required off the last 2 overs.
Well, even with that, Maximo, do you give Tom Wilkins the final over? He's gone for just the 13. Otherwise, you've got Jonathan Speller. He went for 18. Sam Baldwin went for 17. James Ashby went for 22.
I think it would. No, I think I would based on what I've seen. Obviously, something a bit different. You have to make the pace. You have to kind of, you might get an overswing. I think on paper he's a good matchup against Sheen. But first things first, you got to go to the last over. And right now we're going to see Sam Baldwin coming back. He had a weird over. First half went for 1, second half went for 16. He's bowling to Cullen. Can Cullen click here? All happens in the 9th, and here it is. Checks his shot, just maybe senses the moment, and it wasn't there to hit to the boundary, so he gives the strike back to Michael Sheen. There's a lot of responsibility on him in this penultimate over of the second semi-final.
Sam Baldwin's first went for 17. 17 is exactly what East Molesey need from here.
I mean, even here, you're so happy if it's just a 1 if you're Wimbledon. But Sheen wants more. Will he get it? Well bowled. Oh, I thought might have got some of the pad, but it was a keeper's pad. Does well cross weight, but it will be a wide. I like the length there, though. Almost cramped him up. See, it just drifts a little bit too far. It's only just missed the leg stump. Not far away, though, Baldwin. And this one does go straight through his legs. Excellent bowling. It's actually a brilliant take as well from Crossweight, who was completely obscured. Baldwin. This time he does give it a length, but Speller will handle it. They're only going to get 1.
That's actually an excellent piece of fielding from Speller because he was on his feet waiting to take that on the bounce. It just grubbed on him.
Got to be ready for anything. I talked about it's a bit like the old-fashioned slips cradle, fielding on an outfield like this with balls hit this hard. Be ready to go in any direction. So now Cullen 3 off 4. It's time to get going. And he will. He'll launch it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Tom Tonks and East Molesey, they get 6 more, but still, it's the first boundary of the over. Baldwin's gone for 9. The plot thickens, Tina.
I think if you're Tom Cullen here, you've just got to go 2 big 6s. I mean, easier said than done, but Michael Sheen, he needs to face the final over. if Cullen gets out here, fine. But what he can't do is he can't afford to really get a single.
The thing is, he's no bunny. So the other thing is, if he hits the 6 here, then you don't mind him facing first either. Let's see. Wants to go again this time. It's up, it's in the air, and it's going to creep over the fence. Maximo. Well, Cullen, he's brought in. This is exactly why he's brought in. He took a little bit of time to get the motor running, but now he gets it down to 19 off 7 balls.
This is the biggest ball of the game so far. If he can get this sneaking through a dot ball, it sets up a tantalising final over. Well, it'll be fumbled through.
Two's there now.
Yeah.
Or maybe 4. It still goes for 4. Wow. I got a fair piece of that, but small margins. I thought it at least would stay on the field of play, but Cullen just hit it too hard. So that's 9 overs down, 146 for 3. What a great semi-final this has been, with momentum changes, with just some big moments and a bit of randomness in as well. As, we'll go to the last, and there's 15 required to win, 14 for a tie. And Tina, I got to say it's been a while since we've had a golden ball. It's definitely a distinct possibility. Hey, interesting also, they decide instead of going back to Wilkins, who only went for 13, they've gone back to probably what their plan A was, which is John Speller to bowl the last over. If we do have 14 off this over, we're going to golden ball 82, and our first ever golden ball on English soil. And of course, you were calling that last one in Germany on the 16th of July. It's August. It's time.
That's only, what, about 3 weeks ago?
All right, here we go. Sheen steps across and nails it. Bowling error, and it's adios pelota Maximo. And now East Molsey, well, they hit 2 out of 5 in the middle. They're on their way to the final. Speller needs to battle back.
Not the time to miss your Yorker. I think he was going for the big booming one. It ends up low full toss, and Sheen was just waiting to smash that one away. It was a costly misfield on the final ball of the previous over as well. Probably should have been stopped in the covers. Not only was it fumbled, we thought, well, 2 might be on. Ends up being 4. And instead of needing almost a magical final over, now it's just 9 needed in 5.
Still, you think, wicket changes everything. High ball here. If you can catch that, new batter comes on strike. Just 1 ball from being back in the game. That's what Wimbledon have to say here. But Sheen on 62. He's going to hit this, and that's gone. The journey, Maximo. And it does seem now, barring a miracle, that East Molsey have done what it takes, and looks like we're going to see our first 160s chase. I felt we'd get one somewhere along the way, Tina. It just seems it's coming in this sudden death semi-final.
Yeah, and suddenly looks like maybe not the right choice to go back to Tom Wilkins. Just a bit of mystery bowling in the final over. Yes, it could have been hit, but I mean, Jonathan Speller's been hit so far. 2 Maximos to start the 10th.
3 to win. That needs to be stopped. Game on the line. Okay. Now it's interesting. I think you might as well just gamble here, because they need 2 off 3. And I feel if Sheen's back on strike, you can kiss the game goodbye. So I definitely am squeezing Cullen. Short mid wicket, short cover. Now he could just whack it 4 and it's over anyway. But I think at least you need to gamble losing this ball to stay in the game. So they do go a little bit tight. Umpire clothesline attempt. That's not going to end well with Speller steaming in. But I think now they're chatting. Now, obviously, if you're Cullen here, your play probably is just don't miss it. If you hit it, you run. 2 off 3. Desperate for a dot ball or a wicket here. They do bring the field pretty tight. They just put the fine leg back. Cullen, well, he can win it here. 2 to win. And he does miss, but again, even with the field in, that's frustrating. And maybe it was worth even gambling further and having someone really close, because Tina, that ties the game, and Sheen's going to have 2 chances to win it.
Yeah, you imagine here, bat on ball, and the game's won. Wimbledon look like they're bringing everyone in, and that, of course, gives the opportunity. Anything over the inner ring, it's game
like
over.
This is game over already.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something. The ball goes up in the air, gets caught. You've got a new batter coming out, scores are tied. There's a lot can happen. Sheen's pretty smart, probably won't hit it in the air. Or will he? Any score wins it. And that'll do it. It was short, and it's hooked away for 6. Maximo! And East Molsey into the final. And Wimbledon, disappointment for them. 2nd year in a row that they have finished top of the group stages, and they haven't been able to win a game on finals day. Again, you look back, it's easy with hindsight They went back to pace, and they had the option there of Wilkins potentially having a second over. But hey, let's give credit where it's due with Sheen's brilliant innings of 75 engineering this chase. And I called it. I said, if Cullen can click, they probably get over the line. And he did just click at a crucial time in that 9th over. And then Sheen put the icing on the cake in the 10th.
Well, if we weren't talking about MVP Michael Sheen before, he's certainly in contention now, isn't he? Finishing 75 not out. He first just deferred really to Jamie Southgate and then to Clyde Rees-Fortune. But he stuck around and he was there when it mattered most. And Tom Cullen, we knew he could be a big game player, and that's exactly what turns out to be. It's easy here saying that maybe they could have gone to a different bowling option in the 10th, but it was always going to be difficult when that final ball of the penultimate over went for a boundary to defend in that final over. Weren't able to do it. Unlucky for Wimbledon. They don't host their final that they'll be in, but it's been a good run for them, and we're looking forward to East Molesey in the final.
We always love to cover Wimbledon as well. You know, they're a really fun team, lovely bunch of guys. I'm sure a lot will stick around and maybe stick around for some crowd catchers in the final. But now we know Spencer versus East Molesey will be your final, and we've got a bit of time. 3 hours away from the first ball at the moment, so 3:30 GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe, and 9 o'clock in India. If you are here in England, it is 4:30 local time. But yeah, for Wimbledon, just I suppose in the end they will look at themselves and maybe some things they might have done differently, but also East Molesey, they're worthy rivals. You mentioned they split their domestic games just a couple of weekends ago. And in the tiebreaker, if you want to call it that, it's East Molesey that get across the line. Spencer, they haven't played today yet, so pretty unusual. They're not unprecedented that the finalists haven't played on finals day. But let's go back and have a look at this chase. And we always thought they were a chance, didn't we? Jamie Southgate was thrown up to the top of the order, but it was Sheen time, wasn't it? And Clyde Rees-Fortune, again, he didn't do too much wrong. His 47 was a masterful number 3 knock. Cullen coming in and helping finish things off.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the end, it was only Jack Ball that managed to pick up wickets. 3 going his way. That was Jamie Southgate holding out to Tim Lloyd. When that wicket fell, we thought, well, certainly Wimbledon, they've got a chance here. But Clyde Rees-Fortune, he took a while to dislodge, going right back deep in his crease to hit 5 sixes and 3 fours on his way to 47. And that was really the partnership that sealed the deal. It was worth over 70, 71 in the end between those two. When Clyde Rees-Fortune eventually fell, knew Michael Sheen, it was his time to step up and clean up. And that's exactly what he did. And got to say, it was a brilliant semi-final as well. Of course, due to the circumstances, we're only going to have one semi, but what a semi it was. Swinging this way and that. At one point, I think the win predictor was 80% Wimbledon. At one point, it was 80% East Molesey. In the end, I think it landed somewhere in between.
Wasn't that a weird exchange? And in the end, Bird will be saying, yeah, I threw myself on a grenade for you, Tom. Because, again, if they copped a 5-run penalty, then considering it went right down to the wire, it could have changed the result. So even though Bird, he wasn't trying to get out, but he did. But it didn't hurt them too much as Cullen came in and probably didn't get off the start he would have liked. But Sheen, when they really needed a boundary, he seemed to be able to provide it. And also, I think Wimbledon, they'll be disappointed. They probably didn't quite execute with the ball they would have liked, the way they would have liked. And it did go kind of down to the wire, but in the end, off the second last ball, Sheen fittingly breaks the tie. Short ball hooked down to the ground, and East Molesey win with 1 ball to spare by 7 wickets. And Speller's last over going for 20. In fact, the last 8 balls of the game went for 36, and they just had that extra gear at the end. And East Molesey with a memorable win and making the final in their first ever European cricket series. Don't forget Spencer, they're playing their second final after being runners-up last year. 75 for Sheen off just 26 balls with 8 sixes, 5 fours, and what I think would be a player of the match performance. Apart from that, Clyde Rees-Fortune with 47, Southgate with 18, and a pretty important 19 off 8 from Tom Cullen, who needed to get going and did in that 9th over. 3 for 27 Boyle, as you said, Tina, the only bowler that was able to get in the wickets, but also no one able to kind of bowl a sustained economical spell. Bowlers like Sam Baldwin able to win half overs, but then tended to get hit. And East Molesey pull off a very, very well managed chase. We'll take a break then. I've already put the link in the chat because Phil and Rico are waiting for you in Croatia, and we'll be watching that as well. We'll be back in just under 3 hours' time for the final. Spencer, last year's runners-up against East Molesey, first-timers. Can they be first-time champions as well? Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, and we'll see you after this extended break for the final in this European Cricket Series.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. set, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
What a great 2 weeks it's been on ECN. Of course, this is the final match in Wimbledon, but ever since we started here, it has been absolutely action-packed, even included a weekend in Gibraltar away, but now we are back. It is time for the final, and two teams that are desperate to win the trophy. For either, it would be their first ECN silverware. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series England-Wimbledon final, and it starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome. Well, beautiful sunshine greeting us here at Rains Park as we get ready for the decider in this European Cricket Series. It hasn't been the usual finals day, but I suppose nothing's ever usual on ECN. You've got to expect the unexpected. But what I can tell you is we've got a really good final coming up between two teams that will be desperate to lift their first ever ECN trophy. Spencer versus East Molesey. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Tyrone Peters.
Spencer, you're the home team. You're going to toss the coin. East Mosey, you're away, you'll call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Heads it is.
Yeah, we're going to bowl, please.
Spencer are going to have a bowl.
Spencer have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. I thought whichever team did win the toss would want to chase, and that seems to be a bit of a trend in this series with more teams kind of having that ability to chase down scores and just kind of managing their chase. You would expect that at a good level of the game. But Spencer, they did get the free passage through to the final, so maybe they're a little bit underdone, you could argue, but we do know that they have a good record in knockout matches and kind of sudden death matches, which I suppose the final is the ultimate sudden death match, isn't it? And interesting as well to see a few new faces in as well, and some that we actually have seen a fair bit of in this series, but just not on the field. More about that in a second. For East Molesey though, I mean, they have strengthened themselves as this tournament's gone on, and even with Marcus Campopiano, the Italian international, coming in for this final, he is part of the club. He could make a big difference, but of course he wouldn't have played this format, I don't think, at all before. But of course, Clyde Rees-Fortune, very important, probably bats in the 3 position. Michael Sheen though, he has been an absolute machine, hasn't he, for East Molesey. Well, here we are, we're almost ready. It is match number 48, it is the final, and I can tell you that Tina Goff, well, the end of this tournament can't come quick enough for her because her voice is just holding on. But let's get ready for the decider. Tina, over to you in the commentary box with the news from the toss that it is East Molesey to bat first after being sent in by Spencer.
Thank you very much, Finny. This is the big one, and I'm looking forward to calling this one with you. My voice is just about holding on. I almost called you Rico there, but it is me and Vinny to talk you through the final here between Spencer and East Molesey. And as Vinny said, Spencer, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl. Not a surprise, really, given that teams have favoured the chase to varying degrees of success in this entire series. And Spencer will be hoping it will be one last successful run chase. But they're going to have to come up against an East Molesey side whose veins are full of confidence, having made their way through, of course, both the quarterfinal and the semi-final. But they're coming up against a much changed Spencer side. Let's talk quickly, though, about the one change for East Molesey as Sam Burge drops to the bench and Marcus Campopiano comes in. Fans of European cricket and of Italian cricket in particular will know his name. As for Spencer, though, they have rung the changes. Of course, didn't see them in the semi-final this morning. They got straight through to the final as Banstead weren't able to play. And look at the changes there. Benjamin Kempley, Edward Sides, Alexander Thornton, Will Dakani, Moise Rana come in for the first time, as do Maduranga Zoyza and Saeed Fardeen, as Gus Grant, the captain, comes back in. So it's easier to name the players that are from the previous game for Spencer. Ted Landry and Elliot Deeks are the only mainstays back into the side. Elliot Deeks, of course, we've seen him with the gloves, but it will be Archie McPherson with the wicket-keeping duties for the Spencer side. 71% though in favour of East Molesey. I think maybe it's a bit more closer to 50-50, especially with those changes to the Spencer lineup. As for East Molesey, it will be the skipper Clyde Reeves-Fortune, hoping that fortune favours them in this final. He's someone who's, well, he wasn't always to be seen with the ball or the bat in the group stages, but he's come to life in the knockout stages. I'm sure he will be playing a key role, but for now, it'll be Jamie Southgate in the middle and the familiar figure of Michael Sheen opening up. Someone again who has, I don't think he featured for the side on day one of the group stages, but he came in, and since then he's been a star performer. Certainly someone you'd imagine in MVP contention. Spencer starting up here. It looks like it will be Moise Rana. So one of the 9 changes to the side who will be opening up the bowling for the boys in blue. And here we go with the final. Not really spin, just off a few paces, gets it to zip through. Nice bit of lift there as well for the opener. As Michael Sheen misses out on that occasion. Of course, it's a bit of a challenge here for East Molesey, coming up against players they might not be familiar with. Remember, both of these teams were in Group A, so they should in theory know each other well. If we get some overthrows, maybe the Spencer side just acquainting themselves with one another. And that one gets darted through to the non-striker's end. Moise Rana not really interested in fielding it. Well, I suppose then it did take a deflection off the stumps. And it will be a bonus run here for the men in maroon. Cut away, it's on the up and it's lifted away for the first boundary of this final. Unsurprisingly, off the bat of Michael Sheen, who's been an absolute revelation for East Molesey in the knockout stages. Just a bit too much width on offer there for the left-hander. He's not going to miss out on that one. Jamie Southgate then opening up with him at the non-striker's end. Already a few conversations happening between Gus Grant, the captain, and his bowler. Remember, in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed on the boundary rope. One's at deep mid-wicket, and Gus has sent himself out to long on. It's turned into a glorious day here in southwest London as that one's chipped down the ground, and it will be just outside of the sliding tackle there of Gus Grant, the second boundary then of this first over. As the temperatures heat up here, 25 degrees, so there was talk of a mini heat wave. I'd say it's just about arrived in time for the final here. That's a lovely shot. It's going to be crunched through the covers, and it's the third boundary to finish the first over. East Molesey get off to a good start. 14 runs coming off it, all off the bat of Michael Sheen, who faced up all 6 of those deliveries. Jamie Southgate happy to watch the action from the non-strikers, and he, of course, will get his opportunity now going into the second over. Looks like Gus Grant has taken the ball himself. He will be bowling the second as Vinny joins me back in the commentary tent to talk us through the final.
Super excited. How could you not be as we get ready for over number 2, of course. Croatia just finished the T20 series over there, and Cyprus sweeping the hosts 4-0. I suppose Croatia will get their right of reply in the ECIs, the T10s that start tomorrow. So 7 matches coming your way over the weekend there. So after today, we'll turn the lights out on Wimbledon, of course, Croatia over the next week and a half, and then we'll be off to Kiel. Yeah, there's Saeed, who's got the call up here for Spencer. Obviously, Bouncer not the only one's having a few issues, I think, with the Friday fixture. So Saeed has been, he's been hoping for a catch for the first 9 days, and here he is. He's got the call up. Made me think, give us your mercurial call-ups. There's a couple of times in Test cricket that people just be in the right place at the right time, and they've gotten a gig. So, and he'll be a medalist because he'll have a gold or a silver medal at the end of this. Anyway, here's Grant to Southgate facing up for the first time, and Saeed comes into action there. Does very well to save 4. gets everything behind it. He's probably more of an air fielder than a ground fielder, is Saeed. But look at this, takes the tour too, gets good reactions. So put that down, 4 runs saved already.
It's a real rags to riches story, isn't it? It's
100%.
reminiscent of Phil G going from spanner to commentator.
That's probably true. It's well bowled by Grant. It's always a bit tricky with his dart-based strategy. Yeah, how about that? Saeed getting caught. All the spanners will be behind him, I'm sure. Let Adiun in there. Everyone's excited for this final. Short of this time, false shot. Well, this is up in the air. It's a big moment. Southgate could be gone. He is gone. Out for a duck, and Grant gets the wicket a fraction short. Maybe Southgate wasn't expecting it. Just tried to kind of clip it away, but it took the top edge. And Spencer have started pretty well here. East Molesey, 14 for 1.
Well, usually when you get into a final, you have a pretty good measure of a side that you're calling, and especially East Molesey, they'll have a measure of the side they're playing against. But because of the amount of changes here, it's a bit of a mystery bag. Gus Grant, he has been a mainstay, skippering the side here, and picks up an early wicket as Jamie Southgate has to depart for a duck.
I suppose if it's not your day, get out the way, and Fortune is going to come in. So the angle there, I think maybe a bit of extra bounce was the issue, but yeah, nicely taken. And Zoysa, the man that takes the catch. Madaranga Zoysa around the corner. Anyway, here's Clyde. There goes Clyde, up and out of the ground. Maximo says carreras, and that's getting your eye in ECN style.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Clyde doesn't open the batting. He's been in hot form, probably the best batter apart from Michael Sheen through these knockout stages. And well, he's there, out there in the middle, in any case early on. But that big 6 down the ground proves what kind of touch he's in.
Comeback ball for Gus. Quicker, just misses the mark. Ray Tipping saying, I have overdosed on cricket today. Well, that can be every day, Ray. Surgeon General recommends no more than 12 hours of ECN a day, but occasionally can push the envelope. See, further eating, Gibraltar 13. That's good ball as well from Grant. Beats Clyde Reeves Fortune with a bit of angle there. Yeah, so we could have had even more, I suppose, if we'd had our full complement as we expected. But well done to Phil and Rico over there. Of course, they'll go to the fast-paced T10s tomorrow. Genuine bouncer. Seems like a new tactic. As might have got the top left of the zone. Grant just basically using the element of surprise. It was about nose high. That is the end of the over. Only 7 off the over, and East Molesey 21 for 1.
Yeah, Gus, he rattles through his overs, doesn't he? Despite that wide, just doesn't give the batter a moment to think. I think Clyde was hoping for the wide on that occasion. Decision didn't go his way. East Molesey, though, still in front, 66%. You have to think it's already an early call, but these two, this is the key partnership. They haven't actually had to use too much more than these two going through the knockout stages because they have been so dominant. But you imagine here, Spencer can get a couple more wickets. Suddenly things are wide open again. Big if, though, with these two at the crease because that one's just lifted away into the leg side. Not quite middled by Michael Sheen, but such is the form he's in, anything off the bat tends to find its way to the rope.
Yeah, and that one just comes in. Sheen, very good getting hands out in front here. He's the inside half of the bat, but still gets plenty of it to get it over the infield and runs away. 4 carreras. Oh, good change of pace there from Rana, who's certainly held up his end of the bargain so far.
Spencer seemed to be employing the tactic here of just trying to rattle through the overs. You can see Rana there trying to kind of sneak in the surprise ball before anyone was even watching.
In the air. Oh, wow. That would have been an amazing catch. Oh, he went basically wrong-handed. He went right hand to his left to try and get that extra bit of distance. Will Dakani, someone we did see a fair bit of last year, actually, Will. I mean, if this had stuck, I mean, it's a Paul Collingwood special, if you remember that catch. But instead, of course, it patted away for 4 runs.
He had enough of it, didn't he?
Yeah, he was there. Another change of pace. This one, though, down the leg side. Remember, anything down the leg side is a wide. Yeah, so I'm looking for unusual or circumstance-based selections. the first one that came up was Gary Pratt, although I think there was a reason Gary Pratt was there. A very good fielder, 20.05. Anyway, that's up. It's in the air, and that one is going to be out of the ground. Maximo from Michael Sheen. So, yeah, famously, he ran out Ricky Ponting. It was, he wasn't a regular international cricketer. There's the Maximo. It can be used as sunshade if required.
One of those here in the tent. I'm going to get a one-armed tan at the moment.
Here's a few that it's given me. Scott Foster for the Chicago Blackhawks. An accountant by day, an amateur goalie by night. He was on their emergency goalie list. But when both the starting and backup goalies were injured, he had to play in the NHL, saving 7 shots and helping secure a win.
Is that one of the ones where they put over the stadium tannoy? Does anyone know how to goaltend? This one's up in the air. Should be more of a regulation catch this time for Will Dakani. And, well, he got his fingers to the previous one. This time he gets all 10 digits around it, and it will be a wicket for, and a big wicket as well. Michael Sheen, who can pretty much win games by himself. He departs for a quick-fire 28, but no more for him as East Molesey lose their second in the power play, 36 for 2.
Yeah, and that's a huge wicket, really. Just struggling to get going, aren't they, here? East Molesey, and Sheen, who we think's got MVP-type numbers, has to go in the final for just 28. Say just. Better than nothing, but East Molesey, 36 for 2.
It's the mystery bag of Spencer that's paying off here, and Moise Rana into the team, into the wickets in the final. Not bad figures from him so far. He's still got 1 ball left. Just making a few changes to the field. Remember, still in the power play. Final ball of the power play coming up. As it is Marcus, the only addition to the East Molesey side that comes into the team, and there is that the Vitality dog again.
Yeah.
He never leaves, does he?
He's actually getting flashbacks to the robot dog incident of Estonia on finals day. Did you see that? There was a robot dog that came and stared me down. It was very frightening. Anyway, Rana, last ball of his spell, almost a return catch. And Grant will cut it off down the ground. Marcus Campopiano gets the bat at number 4. Guy who recently qualified with Italy for the T20 World Cup. So we're seeing more of Marcus on the global stage. Right now he's on strike for the 4th over, because at the end of 3 it's 37 for 2. So yeah, Scott Foster apparently walked out of his accounting office and into the NHL in the same day. Where are you off to tonight, Scott? But there's some other ones. David Ayres, this is another NHL ice hockey one. David Ayres was a Zamboni driver. So the one that flattens the ice, cleans the ice.
Cleans the ice, yeah.
And again, 2 goalies got injured mid-game. He got called up to play for the opposing team and helped beat the home side.
Yeah, Adian says in the chat, so the interesting thing about this emergency backup goalie rule in the NHL is that the home team has to provide a local goalkeeper who's available. That's so smart.
It is. So for wicket keepers, I might get a go. Wide to start up as Deeks is getting the ball. And Deeks actually very good keeper, as we saw earlier in the week, but been called into bowling duties here. Ever since they said that anyone can wicket keep a substitute, I felt I need to get like a red phone, because that was my specialty. It's probably what stopped me playing professional cricket because they like this one. I think it's off the thigh pad according to the umpire.
Elliot Deeks certainly likes it. We saw him go on a wheeling away celebration earlier in the week.
Can easily be fooled with these. Let's have a look. Probably was off the thigh pad, more likely than not. Yeah, so it was my batting that stopped me playing in professional cricket. That's kind of no secret. But keeping-wise, it's just, okay, cool. We need a wicket keeper. Yeah. Bang. A red phone. Any injury anywhere? Get me in. Because there's some stories. There was a young keeper in the UAE, because Australia didn't have a backup keeper, so in their warm-up match for the test, he got to play for Australia. In Australia versus or whatever warm-up team it was. So he got to keep the whole day in about 48 degrees, because I think Brad Haddon didn't want to. Well, they didn't want him to. Understandable. That's a good shot. That's what you're going to get from Campopiano. Is very, very correct. And he pumps that one. Maximo, his first on the European Cricket Network. Something tells me it might not be his last.
That's into the baby and dog zone as well.
Picnic zone.
Lovely straight shot there from the Italian international.
I want more of these. Here's a cricket example. Nathan Papworth. Big Bash 2023, a Hobart Hurricanes fan. They were short on subfielders due to injuries, And Patworth, a local club cricketer, was pulled from the crowd, suited up, and came on as a sub-fielder. That's going to be 6 as well. Change of pace, but Marcus picks it, and he smacks it over the leg side. Maximo back to back.
Just lost his line here. Elliott, he throws one down the offside that goes for a wide. Straightens up, gets hit for a 6. And yep, Grizzly fireball indeed, as that one then goes down the leg side. Has helped on its way by Campopiano. Suddenly again, a bit of a momentum shifter here. He's Molesey up into the 70%.
Yeah, I'm going to stay out of the rabbit hole. There's also one Sunday League cricketer playing for Kent in 2021 due to a COVID outbreak. wiped out Kent's main squad. And they had to field a team, including Gordon, who had never played professionally. So yeah, full-on T20 blast game with really all amateurs. Well, anyway, good that COVID's in the rearview mirror, although I think 18 said he might be struggling a little bit. That's no good. Hopefully you feel better soon. 50's come up, by the way, for East Molesey, who started favourites and continued that way, even with the loss of both openers. Deeks trying to battle his way back into the over. Clyde Reeves Fortune on strike. That's short, and that's hooked away. Beautiful body position there from Clyde. Gets well inside of it. Puts it into the forest. Well, some of the players haven't featured much in the series that might be by amateur at fetching the ball. Well, at least they've got Saeed on their side now, Spencer, that could potentially give him a few tips, but that's a great hook shot, isn't it? So 6 more to East Molesey.
Yeah, maybe Spencer just want to put Saeed wherever is closest to the jungle. At the moment, he's kind of feeling at a backward point, too far away from the jungle, and, well, one of the Spencer players has gone in deep, and he's got the ball as well.
It's a good find, isn't it? I like this. John Gray was meant to be commentating a football match, Liverpool Veterans versus Middlesbrough Entertainers 11. Sounds like a great game to watch. But due to injuries, he was called up and set up the game winner. It'd be like if you know, there happened to be, if Wimbledon made the final and they said, "Well, you're wearing pink, out you go."
Wishful thinking on your part.
Yeah, I've had my moment. So I said about the other day with Jason, I took a great catch of him in the final once. Apparently it's being videoed. A bit like the JFK footage. It's never been released. I've been
Release
looking
the
for
tapes
it for 14 years. Little bit of a backway. Well, Saeed's done it again. Great fielding there from Saeed. Well, he's 2 for 2. Gotta love this guy. He's basically come from the bleachers. But look at that. And that's a test cricketer that's just whacked the ball at him, and he's just taken 1 step to his left. 3 more unsaved, and East Molesey at the end of 4 at 60 for 2.
Gets a hearty round of applause from the scorer's tent as well. He's one of our own, is Saeed. He's made it, and good piece of fielding there. Saved 4 runs. But East Molesey, despite losing those 2 wickets, especially the one of Michael Sheen, pretty decent shape here. Both Marcus Campopiano and Clyde Reeves Fortune going at a decent click here. And Spencer, I'm surprised actually Gus Grant didn't bowl another himself. Went for just 7 runs. He likes bowling the last over. Just think with East Molesey and the top heavy batting they've got, you want to get wickets early.
Yeah, exactly. What are the odds of Saeed getting a ball in this? Just thinking. Marcus, by the way, was Italy's highest run scorer in T20Is between 2022 and 2025. His consistency has been a real key in that Italian order. Also, his keeping's been pretty important as well. And I believe he will actually keep. Wasn't listed as keeper, but have informed that he will keep second innings. That's in the air. Fielder comes around and takes it. Well, Campopiano just called his name, but he'll have to go. It's a very good catch out there. Will Dukania, do remember, he's an outstanding fielder. He almost pulled off a miraculous catch early in this game, then took a regulation. That was a bit awkward because he had to make some decisions. Was he going to throw it away? Was he going to use his partner? Or could he pull up in time? You could see he skates around the boundary. Probably peripheral vision told him he can still run forward and not go out of bounds. So Marcus is going to have to go. We saw a little bit of him, but not too much in the end. Out for 14 and at 61 for 3.
Well, I suppose the good news for Spencer is they get another wicket. The bad news is Tom Cullen comes in and, well, they just keep on coming, don't they, for East Molesey. This is what I was saying, though. If they go kind of top heavy, Spencer, with the bowling. They just try and get into that middle to lower order for East Molesey, which hasn't really been tested in this series so far because the top order's always done the business. But there's a wicket there.
Well bowled first up, right in the block hole. Yeah, competing, aren't they, Spencer? It'd be an amazing path to the trophy if they were able to do this. They certainly haven't been blown away as yet. Reeves Fortune, I think a pretty good barometer for how this innings is going to go. His Zoysa clipped away, just away from the fielder, and that'll be four. Talked earlier that Clyde's got really fast and strong hands, so when he does go to the leg side, he just seems to time the ball so well. Vitality dog alert. I don't think that dog's going to do much fielding. Don't think the Grizzly would fit in his mouth, but Clyde, he's having a good series. Likes to sneak across. Look, he's looking for it, daring. Oh, he's edged that onto his own person. And that is uncomfortable.
Full bunger as well, straight in. Did he edge it? I thought it was just flush.
He basically showed his wares to the bowler, didn't he, there? He went very front on. I'll check the height as well.
I'm not sure. Does he get anything on that? Or was that just
he definitely hit it.
Do you think that's below waist?
He edged it. And, well, if he hit there above the waist, I'd have even more questions. But anyway, Clyde, he's singing in the London Boys Choir tonight. And now he's going to take it out, up in the air. Carney's got it. Oh, well done, Carney. He's going to get another catch. This guy's a ball magnet, and Spencer coming from the clouds. Now they have the two-test player, Clyde Reeves Fortune, out. He's going to have to go for 18, and it's 66 for 4 at the end of the fifth.
It's the old twofer for Clyde. Gets one right in the unmentionables and then hits one straight to the fielder. He has to depart, checks everything still in working order, end of halfway, 66 for 4.
Wow, huge moment. Yeah, I think it's funny that you saw that did hit him the ball before, but there was a bottom edge on it. I saw it pretty clearly, but I still think, obviously, you see there, it looks pretty high, but he was kind of crouched, wasn't he? And Will DeCarney, look at that. I'm talking about triple jump world championships yesterday, but that was a nice bit of hopscotch from Will. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, got Tina Goff with me. Great job, by the way.
Surviving,
come in.
Thriving.
She is amazing. She is amazing. It hasn't been very well, but you've battled through, and I suppose, here the very first game. You had to do it the first game by yourself because I was still on the way from the airport, and here you are the very last as well. And, of course, we won't hear from you for a little while. Between now and, is it
Cartimer? Yeah.
Cartimer.
You'll see me on the field, possibly.
We'll see Tina in Melter Shield, I believe, but also will be part of the Western Shield coverage, we hope. Pending a few things.
If I don't perish from this affliction.
I hope not. Anyway, we'll have the get well cards ready to go. Oh, that would have been pretty close, I think. Cullen just kind of cruising a little bit. If this hits, it would have been very tight.
Dare say Spencer even on top here. 67 for 4.
Catch it. No. What is that over there? They just knocked something over. Probably looking straight into the sun at this time of the day, but it will be 6. That was a genuine. What's a 7 up? I love that. Robert has been brilliant with the signs.
Sign for every occasion.
Other brands of lemonade are available, but this is proper Barry Crockett. It's a shoulder-high slow ball fully, and pierces the fielders on the field and off the field. Free hit to come. This is Thornton getting a ball. Free hit. That one does drop. Well, this could be close as well. That looks really close. Oh, Cullen. Just got a feeling. There was such fast work from McPherson behind the stumps. I just got a feeling he might be in trouble. It's only my spider senses. I wasn't even looking at Tom. But let's have a look. It's very quick. I think
he's just in.
Just in. But that was lightning work from McPherson. Wow.
I think that the celebrations or the appeal would have just been a bit more vociferous.
Yeah, but he was in by one frame.
Yeah.
So just my spider senses were rightly activated, but that was a very, very fast piece of work from the keeper. Cullen survives another tight one. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Spencer, they worked their way into the Goldilocks zone here, up into the 40s. I've got to say, big thanks to all the supporters live here at the ground as well, including a couple that have had to go, including Dave B. Gave us a very nice goodbye. Well, that time's hanging full toss and just a little bit too full. Catching chance and, well, let's just say it's not attempted. That man has a giant camera and he wasn't going to risk it, but it will be a maximal 6 runs. I think that one's a dropper. It's a very off-speed delivery from Thornton.
Yeah, there was no way he was letting his burrito fall there. Protected the equipment.
Look after your burrito. Yeah, Thornton. An awkward kind of customer, isn't he?
He's a regular for Spencer Fives, apparently, Thornton.
Could tell. But it helps to give something a little bit different sometimes.
This is the kind of bowling
That's
that gets
what I mean.
wickets. It
Yeah,
gets wickets.
it's an awkward speed. Obviously, they're pretty conscious about losing a 5th wicket at this stage. Not a position we've actually seen East Molesey in too often over the last couple of days. Right now, at the end of 6, 83 for 4. I wonder, Saeed's running down the ground. Is he going to be throwing the ball? He is. Saeed's going to get a bowl. And they're saying, look, Thornton, good over. And maybe a late run for player of the series for Saeed, who's going to bowl here in the 7th over.
If there's a wicket, we riot. In a good
It
way.
will be,
in a good way.
Could be the end of everything. All right, so Saeed, who's been called up for his first ECN game. All right, here we go. The 7th. First one is short and it's going to be out of the ground. Well, ironically, that was the region that he'd been patrolling for most of this European cricket series. Did keep a little bit low, but it's a fraction short. Maximal put out of the park.
The line is good though. Just needs to get it a touch full.
Good rhythm.
It's that same kind of speed that Thornton was bowling in the previous over. That if they don't get hold of this one, it's going to go straight up in the air.
You just say, look, come on, you're here. You've come up with a couple of good stops. Let's get you out there. The famous 331 shirt. Oh, well bowled. Come on, umpire. Oh, jeez. It's a huge inside edge. Then Houghton wears it in the back. Well bowled. Saeed pitches it up. Bang.
See, the advantage Saeed has is he's got about 27 Grizzlies in his pocket, so he can just choose whichever one he wants
the
to bowl
element
with.
of surprise. That one goes a little wrong though, no ball, little scratch on it. Not that much on it though. Oh, good team fielding there. They're looking after each other. Do make the stop. It will be a free hit. That's what I love about the European Cricket Series. Sometimes you see matchups that you could potentially see otherwise. I mean, Clyde's out, but you could have had a Test cricketer versus a normal spectator of the European Cricket Series matchup. Find that somewhere else. Yeah, he's tried the bouncer there, but that will be a wide, and probably the one for the over, and another free hit to come. The thing with Saeed, you have the advantage of having watched a lot of the cricket, and so he knows that the game can change really quickly.
He just needs to not try and over bowl it. Just needs to calm down here.
Don't under bowl it either.
Just bowl it. Yep, that'll do.
That was bowled, but it was also hit. And it was hit pretty far as Cullen cashes in the free hit. McCullen, guy has played first-class cricket. Right, you never know what you're going to get in ECN. But he gets short, gets poleaxed down to the ground. Maximal, 6 carreras más. So what are we talking? So 3 down, 3 to come. A chat with the captain, maybe just a few little field adjustments. Sometimes just 1 or 2 meters can make all the difference. Saeed, come on, you've got to be in it to win it though. Just takes 1 miss hit as well. Come on, here's Saeed. Fardeen. Fraction short, hit into the gap. Oh, great effort once again. in the field, but it will be for Ben Kempley out there again. It was an effort where he kind of goes right-handed. Couldn't get enough of it to keep it in the field to play. All right, Tom Cullen from Glamorgan. This is Fardeen from the chat room. Beats him. Huge appeal for LBW. Come on, umpire.
I think the chat room's a minor county, isn't it? It's not one.
Yeah, it is considered. All right. All right. Last ball, the 7th. Respect. I mean, we've seen overs go for a lot more. Good on Saeed for taking the ball. He was very keen to get an over. He goes for 22. And he's Molsey certainly haven't put this to bed, not even by a long shot. I mean, this one's pretty close. I wouldn't be using a review on it. But
look at the commitment from Saeed to get back behind the stumps as well.
1%ers. 105 for 4 after 7. Hey, coming up tomorrow, more cricket. Are you shocked? You shouldn't be. Croatia-Cyprus tomorrow. 4 T10s. That's best of 7 series. They play 4 tomorrow. They play 3 the next day. And that's the same start time there in Zagreb. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. All right. Back to a non-Saeed bowler, which is Zoysa. Well fielded there by Deeks, who is a very versatile cricketer.
Will you be offended if I say I might not tune in tomorrow? I might just
would be offended.
Lie in a dark room,
you can
staring at the ceiling.
You can turn the volume down. I'll let you do that and close your eyes.
I'll listen to it like radio, like bedtime stories with Fulfill.
Yeah, with Fulfill. Well, you've got your natural G-force partner there for some soothing words.
That's true.
One thing you can't do is go to sleep when you're batting on that Zagreb pitch because it's rated U for unpredictable. Oh, just chipped over the top into the gap, and that'll be 4. Still about the placement there as that ball disappears into the forest once again. Houghton with 4 carreras.
What are you up to next, Vinny?
I've got a few days off, but then I will be in Kiel in about a week. But I am planning to do Wednesday from the studio to give Phil and Rico a bit of a break. So I'll do that from the studio. And then I'll have a few days off, do a bit of prep. Still a lot of tournaments I need to prep for coming up, including Romania. A lot of overlaps coming up. We've got Norway, which starts on Friday as well. Norway, Sweden and Hungary playing in a tri-series, T10s and T20s. That's the return of Corey.
I know that man.
We hope. Anyway, you met Corey, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I've never commentated, never had the pleasure.
That's pretty hard when he's got such a big schedule now. You have to talk to his manager. Right, in the air, and that's going to go. Good work from the scorers. Like I said, when the ball goes low, you go high. Joe, 2 eyes on it there. Maximo, that's a good shot, isn't it? And it goes with the line of the ball. There is deep cover hovering. There's long off, but he put it right between the two. Houghton with a good cameo here, 31 off 10. And this one, not quite as drivable. And he misses out. Good comeback from Zoysa.
A lot of love in the chat for Saeed. I know that the Spanners have been keeping him company all week and now cheering him on.
One thing he hasn't got is a catch, which he'll be hoping he does. All right, in the air, Saeed, turn, run, and be faster because that's gone all the way over the rope. Maximo. Well, maybe if he was back on the rope, it could have been a catch.
And he's almost in his natural habitat there, which is the forest.
He is a marvellous ball finder, as we found out yesterday.
We should have really let him field with the plank of wood because he and the plank of wood are one.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Julian, sorry we weren't able to have you down today. We missed the cake.
Hoping to.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I think the cake, that would have put my battery percentage.
You think so?
Over 50%.
End of the 8th over, 122 for 4. So what is your battery percentage now? You're in the red, but like you're not going to run out. But I reckon, what are you, like 17%?
Yeah, I'd say the low power, low battery mode has flashed up on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and when Tina's flashing, you have to handle her with care. Straight out of the HR handbook.
Page 1.
Okay. Grant's coming back. Pretty good bowler to be able to bring back as well. 122 off 8, 149 expected. We saw 160 chase down earlier on. Cullen on strike. He's going to get a scratch on that, and that's going to go for 4. Pretty good areas from Gus, but yeah, maybe not quite. York was close to. Cullen able to get a splinter on it and puts it into the woods.
Yeah, hi to Sarah and Julian, also Ian, who's been with us pretty much all the week, and John as well. I know he wasn't able to stick around for the final. Dave, of course. It's been lovely to have you here all week, and hopefully, I know some of them will be over in Cartama for, I think, in some cases, the duration. So looking forward to that. Hopefully the weather comes like it is today, because it's absolutely beautiful.
This one is in the air, and it's just into the gap. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. So it does go into the Said regular zone. Cullen up to 25 now. Yeah, we'd love to have that lemon cake. It's on my mind now. I will say we had a bit of extra time this morning that we didn't plan on, so I'm pretty prepared now. We've got a very early flight out tomorrow, but maybe you have a nice celebratory catch-up with some of the community here before we go. I had a great time at Twickenham last night, actually. Beautiful ground there. All right, 10 balls to come. In the air, 6. Well, anyone want to catch that? Maybe on the bounce. Well fielded out there. Crowd fielding's been on point in this series. Probably, yeah, one of the more crowd-catchingest series that you'd have. I remember Jersey was a bit like that. No, Hornchurch, a bit like that as well. Back to live action here. Grant goes the quick one in the air. Won't carry. As he had to be cleaned up down the ground.
I'll tell you what, East Molesey certainly haven't got away from Spencer here. Given that
T10 cricket, all you need is 1 or 2 to go.
Yeah.
And this is a very chaseable score.
Given that they have thrown the ball around.
Genuine bouncer this time, and that's gone for 6. I wonder if there was one in the over earlier. If not, it's fine. But if there was a bouncer in the over, it looks high to me. We'll check it out in the replay. He did try the bouncer earlier, but I don't think it necessarily got up as much as this one did. So I think no doubt that will be the one for the over. Good shot though. Hooks against the angle.
Archie Houghton quietly making his way up to a almost half century here. 43 off 13. Tom Cullen, I don't know if he's asking for new gloves or new bat. Asking for something.
The Spanner squad very proud of Said, and rightly so. 7 more chances to take a catch, I guess. Last ball of the night. Well, this one is going to go near him, but not quite in his direction, as Houghton will get 4 more. And Grant, well, he probably has a very par kind of performance, but holds his own. He'll finish 1 for 32 off his 2 overs. And East Molesey with 1 over remaining, 147 for 4.
You get the impression it's another big 10th over coming up, isn't it? Remember in that semi-final between East Molesey and Wimbledon, Wimbledon only managed to hit 6 off the final over. That kept their score to around 160 when they were probably eyeing up 170 plus. Pretty similar situation here. East Molesey 147 on the board. Big over could take it 160 almost to 170, but if Spencer can just sneak through with a 5 or even a 10 run over, then suddenly it's all in the balance again.
It really is. It's the fascination of this format, isn't it? As we've got plenty happening in the chat. Dave talking about rule 2, treat Tina with care.
TTWC, yep.
It's not going too far either. Thornton is basically Chris Harris in 0.75x mode with more hair, a slightly different build, but he's awkward if he puts it in a good spot. Again, having to make the pace, only be a single. So, I mean, Spencer last year's runners-up, but they were the best performing team of all the teams that played through the whole tournament. Could this be their chance? And East Molesey started big favourites, but that one, full toss, doesn't come down, and it won't come down on the field. Maximo Houghton will bring up his 50 of 15 balls, I should say. A pretty important knock, just giving that extra punch to the East Molesey side here in the middle.
Yeah, he's the only one that's kind of gone big here. Tom Cullen, I suppose, he's still out there, 33 off 15. But the other score's already back in the shed, 28, 8, 14. Of course, the duck for Jamie Southgate. So it's an important knock here from Houghton. And, well, any more runs he can add to the collection here could just put this run chase out of reach for Spencer, because that already takes it up to 160 2 balls left. Could be looking at a 170 plus chase here.
Could be. I mean, it's likely 160s, possible 170s. But Spencer, they've just got a bit of a knack of winning these big games, even when they're not necessarily the fancy team at the first ball. So they'll feel they haven't been battered out of this. Saying about 1 in 5 times, they win from here. 2 to come. Now this one is on the pads, and adios pelota Maximo. I suppose Thornton now, he's a little bit one-paced, and maybe the batters took a bit of time to work out what that pace was, but it just feels like Cullen's timing him up now, and you can also see that Houghton there is able to deal with that couple in a row. In fact, that's back-to-back-to-back sixes. All right, last ball coming up. Fraction short, hit in the air, fielder has to watch it, so it will be 170s in the end. 4 sixes on the spin to finish the innings, and East Molesey will finish 172 for 4. And Houghton, well, obviously his preparation for this final was adequate, as he will end up with 71 of just 18 balls. So of the 18 balls he faced, 10 went for 6, 2 went for 4, and he was striking at 394.
50 runs coming off the final 2 overs, 2 sets of 25, and that's what's propelled East Molesey from a score that Spencer probably would have been happy to chase to one that's suddenly looking like a daunting one. It would be the biggest chase of the series so far. Well, now's as good a time to do it in the final. Spencer certainly not out of this one. Throughout, really, they gave themselves opportunities, were able to take them. That was the one that was skied by Jamie Southgate. He never got going. 3-ball duck for him, but everyone else really was able to chip in. Clyde Reese-Fortune, the skipper, 18 off 9. Michael Sheen, well, he's been someone who's been in the runs the whole series for East Molesey. On this occasion, 28 off 11, but when he went, yeah, there was a Maximo or 2, but when he went, suddenly Spencer felt like they were maybe even on top of this game. Remember, it was 66 for 4 when the skipper went, but actually at the halfway stage, that was the final wicket that did fall, and that final partnership between the two out there in the middle, Tom Cullen, Archie Harrison, was worth over 100 runs, and that's really what got them up to a formidable score.
Yeah, I suppose what you're looking for is depth. Saeed, he had a taste of it, didn't he, out there? Made some good stops, actually think kind of held his own to the over. But we know Will DeCarney's a very good fielder, 3 catches in the innings. And look, for Spencer, what's done is done. It's not like a 200 or something like that. It's 172, a score that they will think they're a chance of chasing, but they're going to have to bat very well. They probably need 1 or 2 quite big contributions. Remember, it's not the size of the camera that matters, it's how you use it, and he was using it to good effect. But in the end, we saw a flurry of sixes towards the end. In fact, you look at the last 16 balls, we had 12 boundaries, and most of them were sixes, and it was Houghton who stepped up. Obviously, with Clyde Reese-Fortune going for under 20, Sheen, a rare under 30 score from him, and Southgate going for a duck. That was the top 3 out of the way. Campapiano threatened, couple of sixes for him. But Cullen and Houghton, mentioned that partnership was key, wasn't it? They ended up putting on 106 in 5 overs. What a finish, as they went from just 66 after 5 to 172. Looking at the scorecard, well, top 3 didn't really do the job that East Molesey would have hoped, but again, this is where depth is so important in the T10 game. And you could see Houghton with 71 not out and Cullen 33. Again, pretty important hand as well to get them to that well above par score, probably 30 above par. 8 extras in there. Ultimately, Spencer know exactly what they've got to do. If you look at the bowling scorecard, obviously they threw the ball around a little bit, but Moise Rana quite impressed me with his 1 for 30, and Gus Grant 1 for 32. 2 wickets for Zoysa, who I think was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 23. And Saeed Fardeen, of course, fan favourite. He finished with none for 22. We will take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And Spencer, can it be a little bit of history? Can the Baby Blues step up and score 173, the biggest chase of the series, to win the final? Well, I'm not going to put that away, because I've seen a 208 to win a final this year. So this is certainly still game on. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you soon for the exciting conclusion of this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the final innings of this European Cricket Series in England and our final game in England in 2025, we think, unless something pops up that we're not aware of. But Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, to take you home here as we'll get ready for the second innings. Spencer, last year's runners-up, hoping to avoid being back-to-back bridesmaids, but They will require 173 to win. It's a lot of runs. It's a good dozen above the high chase that we've seen in the series. Although that chase was earlier today, and funnily enough, it was East Molesey who were able to get a 161 chase done with a ball to spare to qualify for this final. That resigned the hosts to third place. Wimbledon, of course, they have been great hosts as well, and big thanks to them. Jonathan Speller just came over, Director of Cricket, to just send his best wishes on behalf of the club, and obviously Wimbledon, club we've built a really nice relationship with over the past couple of years. They did qualify as English club champions for the ECL. But right here, Wimbledon won't be part of the final, and we've got East Molesey coming out to defend 172. You should see what the supercomputer thinks of this. Needs somebody to go big. McPherson impressed me with his keeping in that 10 overs, and he's opening the batting here. We got Toby Crowther to get us going. 173 for the win. Can the Baby Blues step up? Oh, it's an attempted ramp first up. It will be a wide. Remember, anything that's down the leg side, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, it will be called a wide. It's risky because he went so far, he was almost off the pitch, that if that was straight, I think he was going to get castled. But it just missed the leg stump. I actually think Fulham straight's probably your best bet against that shot. McPherson forces a field change even though he missed the shot. The fine leg going back. So deep mid wicket, deep fine leg. There, your two outfielders. Now bangs this, but hits it into the edge of the pitch, so it doesn't go too far. Clyde Reece-Fortune does the fielding. Will Dakani's out there. Well, Will had a really good European cricket series last year for Spencer. It's nice to see him out there, but he hasn't played in this series as yet. 158 runs at an average of 31.6, striking at about 230. It's a high of 42 against Twickenham. But when he looked good, he looked really good. He'll drive. Well, this could be out. Oh, wow. Went for the end less travelled there, did Sheen. I would have thought he would have lined up the bowler's end. I think he just would have been home. Had one stump to aim at the bowlers, and I think Dakani was really struggling. But he's off the mark. Basically 17 and over. That's what you need from the get-go. Keep an eye on that required rate. High in the air, keeper's catch, and he calls it, and he takes it. Marcus Campopiano is very, very good player. Italian national team player and keeper, and somebody we'll see at the T20 World Cup next year now that Italy have qualified, and he put his name on that straight away. Again, stayed fairly leg side of the ball. There did McPherson. And keeper's catch every day of the week. Twice on Fridays. As McPherson has to walk back. Toby Crowther rolls the dice with the short ball and gets the results. 3 for 1. And he straight away was in trouble there. Did McPherson. A nice catch by Marcus. Good to meet him as well. Not someone we've seen on ECN before. In Italy, they do often pick slightly different squads for T10 versus T20 international cricket. There's a bit of a crossover. Players like Kalagamagay. Zain Ali's another one. Zain Naqvi. That you see playing both potentially. New batter out there, Kempley. No time to settle. Drives but can't get under it. Another throw comes in and they get an overthrow off Campopiano's foot. Basically got drilled with the throwback. I suppose it could have gone anywhere. It could have easily gone for 5. Yeah, Julian's asking, which team will qualify for ECL 26? I wonder. Well, down to 8. Look at that. Wow. Oh, back away and ball almost crashing into the stumps. Again, when you're backing away in this format, you're really trying to go inside out. Somehow that missed the leg stump. I think that Kempley thought the next sound he was going to hear was the unholy union of ball and stump, but survives Good over, really good over from Crowther. Only concedes 5, and Spencer yet to launch. It's 5 for 1 after 1. Golden ball check. 114 matches since a golden ball, and unless this is one, we'll have to wait until 2026 to have a golden ball on English turf. Although Hornchurch did play a golden ball on Spanish soil in the European Cricket League in 23. In Championship Week, I think it was match 6 against Beveren. The score was tied at 137 on a game where everything stopped working, including the score. I was scoring on the back of a pizza box for some of that game. And that's ECN cricket. Yeah, so the regional finals we played on the 24th of August. We found this out yesterday. So this is for the Club T20 in England. And from the north, Newfoundland, Old Hill, Hucknall and Kendall will be the 4 teams that will be competing on the 24th. Basically, you have to win 2 games and you're through to the final on Sunday the 17th of September at Wormsley. From the south, Wanstead, which aren't too far from here, I don't think. 3 Bridges, as well as AB Wanderers and Exmouth will be the 4 teams competing on the 24th of August. In their regional final, the top team gets through to the 17th of September. North v South to determine. No full toss. That's frustrating though as well, because you can't put it away. Checking this one here. Did kind of lose his footing there. Right, in the air and out of here. Maximo. Oh, no doubt about that one. As Takani puts it out of the ground. And I suppose some debate about where that was forward the ball before, but changed the strike. And, well, hello. Kites are out. I actually thought that was my food delivery for a second. Block hole, but pretty good shot from Dakani. Could he be the one to click? They faded away to about an 11% shot, or a 1 in 9. But they still do have a shot, but I think it's contingent on someone playing a big innings here for Spencer. Hello to Paolo Campini. Well, I have a feeling that reminds me of somebody that I used to know. Paolo Campini. Buonasera. Shot. Picks out the fielder. Don't back too far. He has, I think. Unless I'm crazy, which I might be. I got him. He's looking straight into the giant sun. Where is he? Is he? Yeah, maybe he's all right. Maybe he is all right. No, he's not. 4 runs. Well, whether it was or whether it wasn't. Did he go for it? Looks like he's, yeah, that's foot on the rope stuff. So even if he jumps, then he's jumped from the rope. Good stuff by the refs. Pretty hard to get one past them, even harder to get 2. So 4 runs. Last ball of the over from Porter. Not the greatest ball, and it will go to the boundary. And so the over will go magical. Spencer, 25. Just a quick check on height here. You know what? Tippy toes slightly. That could be a no ball. It is a no ball. I mean, I thought he's going to pay the price for being a Harry High Pants. It's a high waistband, but I still think it's the right call. Tiptoes. And remember that ECN cricket's waist high or above, and I think obviously it's not the umpire on the field's issue. It's the third umpire. They have a look at it. It was going to hit him in the belt. That's basically what they said if he was in a standing position. So Porter will not only go magical, have to deliver a free hit, and jumped up to 18% in just a couple of minutes. Porter seems nonplussed. They'll have to deliver a free hit. Will Dakani on strike? Oh, well, Porter does well to jam it in, but Dakani has got the hot hand and he'll retain the strike. And at the end of 2 overs, Spencer 27 for 1. The other thing with those height on the full no balls is that if there's doubt, they tend to go the way of the batter because of the safety issue. And I don't think the bowler can have too much to complain about there. Yeah. Plenty of teams vying for that ECL spot. Unfortunately, these two teams, they won't be part of ECL 26. It's very hard to qualify. Crouthett comes back to bowl out. First one is hooked away behind square, and that's where the gap is. That'll be 4. Takani is certainly mounting a case for Spencer as the Baby Blues embark on this monster chase. Somebody else with Baby Blues and wearing some Baby Blue today is Tina Goff. Tina, Spencer not out of it, although certainly would be a bit of a miracle chase if they could pull it off.
Yeah, it's just one of those, we say it so often, don't we, that they've just got to keep in there. Don't necessarily have to go 18s every single over. If they can just scratch around 15, 16, 17, take this chase deep and try and force the pressure back onto East Molesey, because at the moment 82% in their favour, but that might go up with that catch as Takani departs. 25 for him as he picks out the skipper Clyde Rees-Fortune for a comfortable catch over his head at mid-off. So it's the second wicket to fall in the power play, 31 for 2.
And this has been very Crowther-like bowling. I think he's trying to cramp the batter, maybe roll his fingers a little bit. You can understand what Takani's thinking there with mid-off up. Just needs to get it over that infielder, and there's a big gap behind, but Clyde, very good fielder, and he takes a comfortable catch. Takani's innings ends on 25. It's 31 for 2. Again, this ball probably had hit leg side. It's angling in, but he wanted that long off, I think, because of the field that had been set. But we're still in the power play.
Yeah, it's one of those where you can see what he's trying to do. They like playing on the offside to these cricketers here in England on the proper side, but there's nothing proper about picking out mid-off. As there'll be Moise Rana in at 4 for Spencer and gets off the mark with a nice uppercut. I think that goes all the way for 6 runs as well. Has been signalled on field. So this is what Spencer have got to do. They can't kind of be knocked off their game, even if they lose a wicket.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the start, I think, of each innings. Can you get off to a flyer? Obviously, that's a good shot from Moyes first up. Good shot selection as well. Good ball retrieval so far. So, Crowther, what's he come back with here? Yorker, and a pretty good one at that. And Crowther's just had the advantage bowling a lot of overs in the series. Probably has a good idea of what his plans are, what he's going to go to. It is a big advantage when you get to a final, especially when you're playing against a team that really have had no time to settle and no real experience before this in the series. As Crowther comes in again. Rana at the other end has trouble dealing with one that climbs on him.
Yeah, that is the trouble when you make so many changes going into the final. I suppose for bowlers, it's not too much of an issue. You can just quite quickly get the ball down to the other end one way or another. But obviously when you're batting, you've got to try and find your rhythm immediately. And Rana, well, he hit the first one for 6 as the butterfly flutters away. Well, the next 2 have zipped through to the keeper.
Ooh. Catch him in front a little bit. That's what the umpire says. Let's give it a run. Maybe a bit of bat. So if there's bat, can't be out. If you didn't hit it, probably close, but maybe for me just missing the leg stump. That'll be the end of the 3rd over, and Spencer 38 for 2. Just think about the life cycle of, of caterpillar to butterfly. That almost feels like ECN. There's always a new caterpillar that's turning into a butterfly, and that's certainly the case at the moment with Croatia just de-cocooning and developing over the next week and a half. Have you been to Croatia before?
I haven't. It is on the list.
I'd
like to go. I think my brother went, actually, who I'll see tonight. I think he went
beautiful country
earlier in the week, actually. So get some tips.
Yeah, we'll have to try and get you there. All right, 6. Good starts. Houghton comes on and he disappears out of the park. Maximo! Can Rana be the difference maker? I get a lot of questions about schedule 2026 already. All I can really say is, I know the plan would still to have the majors around the same time, but we're not really sure of what will be in between. So I know we're planning to go to Norway for a full series. Got a little sneak peek at those in next weekend, actually.
Norway would be great. I'd love to do
would be
Norway.
great. Yeah.
Not for my bank balance. I don't think it's the
True.
the most purse-friendly of destinations.
They've waited patiently. It's not their fault.
Iceland. I think Iceland would be. I know.
Do you know we were meant to have a series in Iceland back in 2020? Did you know this?
The COVID.
Called off the night before.
Yeah.
Crew said it was the best weekend ever. Steps across. That's a good shot. Well, Kempley gets the 6, and if he can get going, then suddenly you got the double click, and maybe this can be an achievable target. But that Maximal brings up the 50 for Spencer. Adion talking about the fact that Spencer are at a very, very similar speed. I'd say even faster than East Molesey at this point of the innings. After 3.3, let's have a look. To 3.3, they were slightly more. They were.
There's some intense zoom.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Get right into the follicles.
They were 51. Actually, yeah, so exactly the same.
Adion is rarely
Very
wrong.
good. No, never doubted you, Adion.
Even in his COVID feverish state.
Adion, then Rashida saying, but they don't have finishers. We might not need finishers if these two can finish it.
You just need middlers.
Exactly. Pace on this time. Oh, long shot. Tortuga time. Wow, where's that come from? Haven't seen a violent Tortuga like that for a while. It's not even in the sandpit, but it's hit something and gone over Cullen, who does everything right. Almost has a visit from the Tooth Fairy later on tonight as a result of that bounce. Cuatro carreras. Reverse and well executed. What a shot from Kempley, who goes 4 more. Houghton understandably goes pace on again, tries to dart it in, but Kempley fast hands, 4 more.
Still on here. Even if the wind predictor's down below 15%, he can continue to turn on the star like this. There's always a big if, though. That's always the problem in these run chases. Can't blink with that run rate up towards 19. Final ball of the 4th. This over's already got magical 21 coming off here. It'll stay at 21, though. Big swing and a miss. Spencer at the end of the 4th, 59 for 2. Still in there, but it's still a monumental effort from here. 114 runs needed in 6.
Yeah, 19 and over. But it takes 1 or 2 magicals and you can get that back down below 3 a ball. Here is a good young bowler, Tarun Sridevi, who's going to come on. His wrist spin's been a really handy weapon for his side in the tournament so far. Have a look at that. The Worms are kind of in sync. Sridevi, 23 years of age. First one, though, is up and out of here. Maximal. Good start to the over. Well, this is the thing, 19 and over. You just got to try and win the battle with 19. You go magical, you win the over. It's a pretty good start from Rana.
Lovely stroke as well. Just stands and delivers, bends the knees, get underneath it, and sends Tyrone onto a mad chase into the jungle. I think he's got it back. No, I think he's given up on it. He's rubbing the side of his body.
Do you think when Clyde was playing Test cricket, there was as much searching for the ball in the bushes? Because I feel like it's a skill he wouldn't have worked on for a while. Anyway, good start from Rana. Can he double down? Won't have to. Good eye. That one just breaks outside the line. Hanging in there. Oh, Spencer. This one drops on him and he's not able to get under it. So just be a single sheen. Another bowling option they could go to. Does the fielding. All right, didn't Kempley get a hold of Sridev? It's very good to the spin of Houghton in the last over. He's got the right arm Wrist spinner coming his way. Does want to go reverse, and he plays it very well. Wow. That one is huge. Maximo. The reversimo coming out, and Kempley, he's shown he's a gun with that stroke.
He is a good player. He plays in Spencer's 1s and 2s. He's no slouch. That's one of the shots of the day, shots of the series. The elevation he gets on that one.
Sometimes I wonder if you got someone from the time machine and brought him in from like the 1950s, what they'd make of some of these shots that we're seeing. Quite unbelievable. Now tossed up. Good comeback from Tarun there. You got to be brave, and part of that is sometimes bowling slower, which is a bit counterintuitive. But I think sometimes if you can, as long as you locate it right, bowl slower, it kind of gives the batter more time to miss time, if that makes sense. More time to think. Isn't always a good thing when you're batting. Rana can't get this one away for more than a single. So they're going to need a big second half, but I mean, they're actually ahead on the comparison score. East Molesey was 66 at the 5-over mark. Well, that one doesn't come down, and that'll be 6. So Maximo for Kempley. And, well, there's certainly something sprouting here for Spencer, who are almost up with the rate. They got 2 batters that are both clicking. And if they continue, they could maybe pull this off. End of the 5th over, it's 81 for 2.
You have a feeling that if Spencer are going to chase this down, Ben Kempley will be key to this. 30 off 11 so far, hitting it to all parts. Moise Rana, he's very much more than holding up an end as well. 22 off 9 as we take a look ahead at what's coming up.
By the way, there's I'm sure there's spots in the Western Shield that may go to some players from this European Cricket Series. Remember, we have 2 Western Shields a year. That's the plan at least. British and Irish Knights, they've won both of the Western Shields played so far. So it's like the top level of this cricket, because it's the British and Irish 11, you've got the Europe side, you've got the Asia side, you've got the world side. And players like Ross Taylor, Kevin O'Brien playing that tournament. It really is a chance to test yourself against some very, very good players. And it's really our only professional tournament that we have where the players are paid to come and show their wares. Anyway, Clyde Reeves Fortune, he'd be a good one actually to bring in as well, you'd think. Big swing and a miss this time. So they decide to go back to pace. Rana charges wildly, but doesn't get any bat on ball. Clyde's actually a pretty good ball. He's off the short run this time. Turns and goes. Oh, gets it wrong though. Back of the hander. Doesn't work. Think that's gone for 6 as well. So 7 up time. 7 carreras as Kempley will get a free hit now. Yeah, 7 up. Thanks, Rob. He knows it. Again, I suppose because we haven't had the constant cricket today, everyone's really been looking forward to when we do get on the park. And yeah, just 7 up for this very occasion. Other brands of lemonade are available. It'd be nice for the 7 up people to. Well, it can run here if they want. Go straight to the fielder, so they won't. Remember, that was a free hit. Pretty well bowled by Clyde to get it full. Hit that block hole.
I feel like we could make some kind of innovation for a free hit, just so that, for me specifically, I immediately forgot that was a free hit. We need some kind of free hit klaxon.
Well, it's funny that you said that. There was a period in... Oh, they're going to run here. I wonder if he throws this back to the bowler or if he's trying to continue the play. Because I don't think you can... That's a run. Because he doesn't throw at the stumps. He throws to return the ball. But maybe they'll allow it. I think it's pretty clear from that. For me, anyway. Okay, bowler should have been paying attention, but...
I think that's the argument.
Have a look. Because if you throw
here
at the stumps, that's one thing, but he doesn't. He's like, okay, here you go. So I don't think that you count the run there. That's just my personal opinion and also the rule. Did they allow it?
They did.
Ah, boy. Shouldn't have.
Don't bowl a wide.
Easy come, easy go. Next one is going to be set to the infield. I don't think Campapiano isn't going to miss the stumps by that much.
No, but I suppose Clyde would have been ready to take the ball if he wasn't remonstrating with the umpire
That is also true,
about the wide that he bowled.
which was wide. Anyway, it's worked out all right for them. Giving away one, but the next one goes 1 and dot. And that rate, which is hovered around the 19, threatening to go magical. Hard to believe, only 4 overs left in this tournament. Wild swing this time from Kempley, and that'll be the end of the over. So Reece Fortune does a pretty good job despite the 7 up. His over only goes for 11, and Spencer 92 for 2 after 6.
Very much danger zone now with the rate required over 20 for the first time. They've got to go. They've got to go now. 4 overs left, 81 needed. Basically need 4, lots of magic. They've got wickets in hand. It's just a question of, well, who's going to step up here? Both these two well set.
Yeah, this partnership is... We're still there. They've put on 61 in around about 4 overs, just less. This is going to be 4, and it is Sheen that comes on. So but now you're kind of at the stage you need basically 80 or 4 overs. It's magical or bust. So you're looking 20 plus and over. That's a good start. Now, how do you get 20 and over? You're kind of looking at 4 out of 6 balls going to the boundary. And typically, if you get four boundaries, because 50% of 4s, 50% of 6s, there's your 20. So Sheen gets edge for 4 first up. Now this is hit beautifully. Maximo Runner keeps his shape and puts that one miles over us. Just thinking what the fairy tale ending could be. Is it Saeed coming out 6 to win? Top edge into the bushes. He goes and finds the ball, brings back 2 balls, gets chaired off while holding his massive stick aloft. Hit hard this time, but Houghton's down there. It's only a single.
Well, remember Michael Sheen went for a few runs in the previous game. Yep. So maybe it's a over. Well, they have to target. They have to target every over from here.
Wants to reverse. He's been really good at that shot, Kempley. Again, it's pace on from Sheen. I wonder if he's thinking bouncer. He bowled one that basically ripped someone's face off yesterday in the quarterfinals. He tried it this morning. It didn't work so well, but again, it's quick ball from Sheen, but even quicker hands from Kempley. 107, 27%. Just can't put him away, can they, East Molesey?
I think a wicket here seals the deal, pretty much. But if Kempley stays out there...
So you're saying you're looking at the car, you're getting in, but you're not starting the car until you see another wicket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Double click, though, from these two. No, he goes slow. Oh, terrible. Couldn't be worse. Maximo, 7 up. There's 7 of them. Free hits to come. Watch the percentage skyrocket. Buy low, sell high. That's what I learned from the Michael Douglas movie, Greed, in the mid-'80s. And right now, Spencer's stock is rising.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's there, they've got more than a chance.
Bouncer, not Beamer.
Different type of bee.
Another potential face ripper, but Kempley goes to 46. Sheen's over's gone magical. He's having a shocker today. He's gone for 68 off 2.4. Free hit. Oh, that'll fly as well. How far? I think that's gone all the way as well. It has. 13 off the ball. Maximo, and it's 50 for Kempley. Brings it up in 19 balls, and Spencer are up to 120. And the cricket gods kind of on their side here. That edge could have gone anywhere. It flies off the spinner, quote unquote, all the way for 6. Where will you see this cricket in the world? And East Molesey, suddenly they're flat.
Everything's going Spencer's way at the moment. 28 runs coming off this over so far. Still a ball to come. I'll still say, though, if this ball's a wicket, it's almost game over. That's my call.
Well, you heard that. The quote on the front page is, they've got no chance. Tina Goff.
If this ball is a wicket.
Well bowled. I mean, the way things are going, I'm surprised he didn't edge that 4, but it will be Kempley that retains the strike. He's 53, and it's 121 for 2 after 7. So, I mean, they needed basically 19 and over. After that, it's kind of 17 and over. There's, 3 17s, 51. That'd actually be a golden ball. Let's have a look at what is coming up tomorrow. We got Rico and Phil, where they're just chilling. It's International Beer Day today. Did you know that? I actually prepared for it last night. But it is a 4-match day in Zagreb. Croatia versus Cyprus. Cyprus, well, they orange-washed Croatia in the T20s, but Croatia will want to fight back there on the pitch that I think is one of the most entertaining pitches in world cricket. I actually recommend viewing it wearing a helmet for your own protection at home. But they will be there 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. All right, Porter's been brought back. 8th over. No full toss. Oh, boy. Oh, Tortuga to the extreme. This one somehow got faster with every bounce. And then it takes off. It's gone 100 metres past the rope. And Cuatro Carreras, the cricket gods, watch this. That bounce there. At an unbelievable trampoline, Tortuga starts the innings with a boundary. Never mind. Mention that Croatian pitch. Suddenly you get one of those there.
Harry Porter needed his magic wand to try and stop that one flying over his head.
In Quidditch, you can fly, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You needed a Quidditch player to field that.
I've seen Quidditch in...
Live?
Yes.
I've heard of it.
They don't fly. They just run around with wooden
I'd
sticks.
like to see them try.
That flies, though.
That flies.
British Airways. I think.
What does the coaching manual say about how to field that ball?
Don't.
Come back. Oh, shot, but straight to the field. Oh, he gets eaten up again. Well, someone called a helicopter. He's just wristed this an extreme amount. Kempley, who's now expressing himself like Pablo Picasso, and he's painting a masterpiece at the moment. Look, oh, get out of town. Another 4. Takes Spencer up to 129.
Well, if East Molesey were superstitious, they'd be saying everything is going Spencer's way. I don't know if they stepped on the pavement cracks on the way to the ground today, but of course Spencer into the final without having to lift a finger. And now inching closer now, 44 off 16 is the equation. The first 2 balls of the 8th both fly away to the boundary, and well, Clyde has sent himself there.
Yeah.
Harry Porter.
Well, maybe Clyde has a strategy that they teach you when you become a test cricketer. Let's find out. Now steps across and just bunt it. Haven't had a goal ball in a while, just saying.
What was it, 118, something like that?
114, I think.
14.
Yeah.
I'll be 118 with those games tomorrow if we don't pull it off.
Rana, he'll be trying to pull it off here. 35. Miss. Every ball's an event at the moment. Porter kind of hits his spot here. No real foot movement. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Just kind of claps that back leg instead of getting closer to the ball. Tries it again, but this time up in the air. Big moment in the game. Does it stay in? It does. And a well-taken catch. Jamie Southgate up there. Well, there's your wicket, Rana, who ended up playing a bit of second violin as Kempley went absolutely ballistic. Now, he will be the 3rd to fall, and the partnership ends on 99. It's 130 for 3.
Good catch in the end. It's relatively comfortable inside the rope. Still has to take it, though, Jamie Southgate. And he does add a bit of his impression to this final, having gone for a 3rd ball duck, but takes what could be a match-winning catch there. Still, though, a decent innings from Moise Rana, given that this is his first sight of the series, first and last, as he gets 35 off 16. Ben Kempley, though, he's still out there, as he's joined out in the middle by Maduranga Zoiza. Just on the Cyprus series against Croatia, I was convinced that they would be next to each other in the alphabet. They're not. Can you name the country in between Croatia and Cyprus in the alphabet?
Good question.
Leave it with you. Open it up to the chat. It's a very late in the day random question.
That's a very good random question, actually. Oh, it's going to be a no ball. The only saving grace for Porter is it's not hit out of the ground. I think that'll be a second. And yeah, there will be a second warning for him as well for a high ball. Croatia and Cyprus. So CR, CS, CT, CU. So CU is probably most likely. Am I on the right track or not?
Might be. It's not a CV.
Okay, thanks for helping. End of the 8th over. Porter goes for 34, 133 for 3. They're back on needing magical pace. But that over, only going for 12. Someone in the chat.
There is, of course, CZ, but for Czechia, but that's after.
Czechia, but that's after. Yeah, I
Cyprus.
thought of that, 'cause that's where I live. So, no, it can't be CY something else. It doesn't ring a bell. So you can see you, Cuba, Alex. Very well done.
Correct. Game over.
Alex ruined it. I was about to throw it to the viewers.
Alex.
Soon we have to have. Do you think? So I got to tell you, one of my favourite podcasts in Australia was Hamish and Andy, and they had a guy they called Cackling Jack, who was basically their producer. Eventually became part of the show. I'd like to be able to mic Alex up to get his thoughts, because only we hear them.
It's like little voice in our head.
Big Castro supporter, actually. That'll be gone. Oh, Kempley, he just tries one trick too many, and in the space of just a couple of balls, you feel that East Molesey are miles ahead once again. 133 for 4. Good innings by Kempley, but eventually pushed the envelope too far. He's out for 63.
In the space of 3 balls, the game turns once more. Goes for the upward paddle. Doesn't get hold of any of it. And it's top of off stump. Ball goes flying to the rope.
It's funny, he didn't have to jump back to play that shot. And that's the irony. But I like this as well. You know, you got Clyde. This guy not too long ago was playing for South Africa. And Kempley certainly put on a good show for us there, out for 63, and gives his team an outside chance. 11 balls left, 40 still required. But again, it's a pretty low percentage shot, but again, that's what the European Cricket Series is all about, bringing those together, even those that have quite a big rivalry, to appreciate each other and to enjoy the game. Yeah, Curaçao's actually mentioned there as well, but apparently not technically a country. All right, new batter out there, Deeks. He's a pretty good player. He's going to deflect. He's going to deflect straight to the fielder. And would you believe it, it'll be 2-2 for Clyde. And he is on a hat-trick.
Deeks is fuming with himself there. He picked it up. Just needed to get a touch more elevation on it. Gets it straight into the hands of the man at 45. Got in the right position. Just didn't quite get the lift on it. I think it was quite high up on the bat.
I think it's
probably just about dipping,
I mean,
isn't
it is tipping. He's also slightly crouched. That you can actually see it would hit him in the trousers. But yeah, it is unlucky. I'd be spitting too if I was Deeks, because he literally anywhere else that's boundary. But he just happened to get the angle that went straight to the fielder, where Toby Porter takes a good catch, and it's 133 for 5. Well, Clyde could be on the hat tricks list here. We've only had one hat trick. It was Tom Weston for Wimbledon. Am I right? Oh yeah, hold on. Only one hat trick since Group B. Hassan Abbas got double hat trick.
Yeah, technically
quad trick.
One hat trick, one quad trick.
Thank you.
You can still go 5 and 5 here.
All right, here we go. Goldfish memory wasn't able to process that. That's some good fielding out there. It's been a bit of a danger zone fielding out there. No hat trick though. Yeah, Hassan Abbas. How could I forget that?
It was a long time ago. That was on the day where we thought all the records.
Actually, I did the second innings that first game. That's when he did it, right?
We thought all the records would be bust. We had big century, 4 in 4, and then slim picking since then for the Hall of Fame.
True. Well, that will be a no ball, no doubt about it. Again, never able to get it out of the middle of the bat. And so another 3. Oh, it's quite a few.
5 no balls.
5 beamers in the innings. Well, this is baseball. They'd be clearing the benches.
You've got to say that East Molesey, they've given Spencer enough opportunities here, haven't they? They haven't always been able to cash in on the free hit. It's been confirmed now. It was pretty much called on field.
Easy call.
Yeah.
No doubt. So, yeah, well, there's the helicopter. We saw it from the batter. Now we see it in the sky. So, okay, you hit 3 sixes here, you need 19. That's what shows you the magnitude of what's required. Clyde. One thing I like about Clyde, he will have a response for anything that is said, even when it's just fairly standard second warning or first warning for him. But again, it's free hit to come. What does he go to here? They got a bit of captain on captain action. Grant misses it. Tough one for Campo Piano. In fact, that'll be 4 buys. So, it's see how Tortuga second bounce, not even the keeper's safe. Rolling cutter. Campo Piano. He does keep his head, but can't get the middle of the glove behind the ball. Unhit 4. 140 now. Does he go pace off again there, Clyde? Grant did swing very early on that. He has pace back on, but he can't get under it. Gus. A rare non-Tortuga. Here's fielded by HP, Harry Porter, down the ground. 32 off 7. Can Zoysa whack a Maximo here, get it down to 26. We have seen 32 off an over to win. We've actually seen even more than that now, believe it or not. Well, he does get 6. Well, there you go. This game is not over yet, and that extra ball ends up disappearing. Maximo. Zoysa showing that he's very capable. And after 9 overs, 147 for 5. 26 are required off the last over. Tina, Spencer just will not die in this chase.
Well, if you look at the options that East Molesey have to bowl as well, Archie Houghton, 21. Terence Davey, 22. Michael Sheen, 29. They've all gone magical so far.
Or you have to bowl someone else, but I doubt you would. So how many off that over? I mean, Clyde goes for, I suppose, including the 4 buys, it's 14 off the over. So it's still a win, you'd say, but that last ball just makes things interesting. So Spencer, 12 months after their hearts were broken in our first ever European Cricket Series, England. Houghton with the ball in hand, 26 to win. And the first one is going to be a bye. Keeper goes back, trying to protect against a bigger edge. I can understand that, but it's Campo Piano really should have hit the stumps there. Interesting. So, yeah, just protecting against the edge. Now that will disappear. Well, Zoysa's the man. That'll go over the crowd as well. Maximo. So 1 and 6 pick up sticks. And that will make it 19 off 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they do lose this one, Spencer, they'll be ruining those missed free hits. They've had 5 free hits. Certainly 2 or 3 of them didn't find their way to the rope.
Oh. I mean, even if this is a dot, you can get 3 sixes to tie it. So they're still alive. But Zoysa just seems the most likely, doesn't he? Grant hasn't been able to time anything up so far. And Zoysa's come out. He just looks a natural 6 hitter. What a story this could be. Spencer Cricket Club. The Baby Blues trying to go all the way to the top. Not much of him. Missing a digit, but not missing a trick. Here's Zoysa. Houghton. Hit hard. That's 4. So 15 off 3. Well, this is where it starts to get interesting because this ball you need 2 to basically keep the game alive.
6-4-4, ball and ball.
Yeah, excluding extras. So this is one of those things, if you hit the outfield, you kind of got to go for 2 and hope they mess up. But Zoysa's not thinking 2. He's thinking 4-6, be a hero. Zoysa. Well, we've had to wait till the very end of the tournament, the very end of the alphabet, to come to a conclusion. And now there's a few conversations going on in the East Molesey camp. What a final.
Yeah, it took a while to get going, didn't it? But it's heated up now.
Need 2, like I said, to keep the game alive. Otherwise, Houghton can just bowl 2 non-wides, which you think he'd be able to do.
If there's bat on ball here and it doesn't go to the rope, they've got to run 2.
Got to run 2. Got to know the situation. All right, here we go. 15 required off 3. Goes pace on. Got to run.
2.
Got to run 2.
Easy 2.
Oh, I'm not going to. Oh boy, that's a big tactical misstep. I'm not saying they would have made it, but now you need 15 off 2, and let me get out my calculator. Even 2 sixes won't help you. So they've come so far. I mean, who knows? They could have thrown it. It could have been 6 anyway.
I think
We've seen
there
that
was
in the series.
there was definitely 1.5 on there. One was easy. 2.
Definitely. 2 was challenging, but you make
You
them
gotta
make
do
the
it.
play. So surely they couldn't mess this up now. And they won't, as Houghton will get a wicket, but it's more relief than anything else from East Molesey. A little bit shell-shocked, but they walk away, I'm sure now, with this European Cricket Series trophy. And who knew it would finish with the Italian keeper keeping back to a left-arm spinner to Zoysa, who provides some entertainment in his 18, makes a game of it. Houghton comes back, and I suppose the 2 becomes irrelevant now, the potential 2, even if they got away with it. Next ball, dismissed. Zoysa. Jawad, mentioning Zoysa's experience in Sri Lanka, yeah. He's a good player, you can see that there. But
we all wanted to see Saeed for the final ball, didn't we?
yeah, true. We won't get Saeed. Last ball coming up, and it is kept out. And East Molesey are your ECS England champions. What a side that we saw all the way back at the beginning of the tournament. And they found a few reinforcements. They found their form at the right time, and they will win all 3 of their knockout finals to win their first ever ECS series. And of course, they do it in their first attempt.
Yeah, congratulations to East Molesey. You got to say, despite a few wobbles in that final, they deserved to take home the win. In the end, the winning margin, 14 runs. High fives all round for them. Commiserations to Spencer, who for the 2nd year running get just agonisingly short to that glorious trophy, but it'll have to be silver medal for them. And you have to say, probably a deserved winner in the end on the balance of the knockout stages.
I think so. They were competitive. They were 4-4 in the first stage of the competition. I just felt that they were a better side than that. But Group A was tough. I think in the end we saw that Group A teams tended to fare better when it got to the knockout stages. There was always a question about that break in between versus the fatigue of having to play Group B and go straight through to the knockout stages. But East Molesey, they're a good side. They had a huge game earlier against Wimbledon to get here, and Spencer had nothing to lose there really. I think they come in as big underdogs in that final, but they give as good as they get, and the final margin is just 14 runs. So East Molesey given a scare, but they will walk away with the gold medals in this European Cricket Series.
And hats off to Archie Houghton. Maybe a late run for MVP for him as well. Of course, on the winning side, 71 off just 18 deliveries for him. Bowls that final over as well. Yes, it was always going to be against Spencer there, but picks up a wicket. So it's always interesting who makes their stake for MVP late on.
Now, Camper Piano, what a month of cricket for him. First qualifying for the T20 World Cup, and now in his ECN debut match, he gets a gold medal. So Marcus, again, just having a brilliant time as a European cricketer. Award ceremony coming up at the conclusion of the broadcast, so stick around. We'll say goodbye to you from here, but then you can stick around if you like, and you will get to find out the MVP as well as watch the medals. And of course, the ECS trophy handed over to East Molesey. Let's have a look at Spencer. It was kind of do or die. They were fluttering about early, but they just found a couple that got going, didn't they? A big partnership of 99 between Kempley and Rana set up what was a reasonably tight finish.
Yeah, it was actually 2 very similar scorecards. They just had one that went big on both sides and a few 20s, 30s throughout, but I suppose it was always going to be a big run chase. We haven't seen a 170 plus score chase in this series so far. It wasn't to be again for Spencer, but they gave it all they got. Remember, 8 changes coming into this final. Always going to be a bit of a mystery bag. And, well, certainly when Will Dakani was teeing off, then Benton Kempley, of course, and Moise Rana, we thought they're very much in this one. But at some point, the wickets just started to tumble. And that's when East Molesey turned the screw. It was good bowling as well, mostly, but also those 3 hits. I mean, those 5 no balls in the end. And if anything, East Molesey just opened up the door for Spencer.
It was strange, wasn't it? Having said that, probably shouldn't have those 3 hits in the first place. They found some runs probably that weren't intended as well. A few edges flew. I mean, this run of Tortugas was crazy. The helicopter came out in more ways than one. That was a brilliant shot. Yeah, I really like what I saw from Kempley. The reverses, I mean, it was kind of high degree of difficulty. Eventually, he just pushed the envelope too far, and that was a pretty important one. Clyde able to rock his off stump, but yeah, the greatest of respect for what was a brilliant innings of 63 from Kempley. And they kind of needed a hero down the stretch, and it looked like Zoyster might be that man as he made a few balls disappear.
Yeah, it's just needed a hero from somewhere, and again, just a few freebies, but in the end, the stumps were dislodged on that occasion. It was the clean bowling of Zoyster, and when it got to the end of the alphabet and it got to the end of the game as Spencer fell short, still smiles though on their faces, as they know probably on the balance of the final they were beaten by the better side. And of course, congratulations to Clyde Reese Fortune, winning captain, test player, and now ECS champion.
What a couple of years for him as well. Can add a European Cricket Series trophy to his CV. Kempley with 63 led the response, and 35 from Rana was pretty important in there. Will Dakani threatened as well, 25 off 9, got them off to a decent start. Zoyster got them off to a good finish, a good start to the 10th before he disappeared, and with him the chances for Spencer. Bowling-wise, twofers for Toby Crowther and Clyde Reese Fortune. Clyde actually proved himself to be a very, very handy bowler in this format. Just a natural cricketer, isn't he? You'd expect that, someone that's played at the highest level. Toby Porter and Houghton with one apiece. Houghton had to bowl that make or break last over. Sridevi and Sheen did go magical with their spin, but still I think on the balance they had pretty important series. And I suppose a team effort. You don't get one or two players winning you a series. I think you need more and more players stepping up, and that's what East Molesey seem to find. They seem to find the depth, and that's, I think, for me, the reason that they walk away as our ECS champions. Let's welcome you to the commentary box here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. And Tina, as always, we are thrilled to have you as part of our coverage. And you've earned some rest. This is actually the last ECS you'll do for a while, because the next time we see you on ECN, we'll be at the Carlton Oval. But before that, you've got some very important World Cup qualifiers coming up. Yeah,
Germany going over to Rotterdam. We're going as underdogs, but sometimes the underdogs come through. Just speak to East Molesey, 4-4 record going through the group stages, end up lifting the trophy. Yeah. So you never know. Watch this space.
And if I know anything about the animal kingdom, overdogs can't stand underdogs.
No,
so
famously.
Good luck to you, and of course, yeah, the Golden Eagles in that campaign, and you got Netherlands, Ireland, and Italy in that campaign as well. Italy, you know pretty well from playing them in the last round, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
Looking forward to tracking you wherever you'll be. Of course, Rotterdam for that period. I'll actually be in your backyard, not literally, don't worry. But if you do need me to water your plants, I'll be around, because we'll be in Germany, in Kiel, in the north of Germany for an ECS pretty shortly. But of course, Croatia is tomorrow. T10 getting underway. Of course, they've already played their 4 T20s over there. Rico Full and Phil G. The Full Phil partnership, as it's been christened, which is still a bit hard to say. Was it Phil Full?
Full Phil. The Full Phil.
Full. So isn't that a type of Asian noodle dish? I think I'm saying it right. But yeah, 4 matches tomorrow in Croatia, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. And then, of course, matches 5, 6, 7 on Sunday. And of course, that will run into a European Cricket Series, which will be Monday to Friday with 5 teams there. So Oliver Split, a team named after a fictional character in a book, are the reigning champions there in Croatia. We're going to run over because we need to get across and get ready for the trophy ceremony. But I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. It's been absolutely magnificent to have you with us, and of course big thank you to everyone that has been here live at the ground as well. It's a real festival of cricket, and well, even though finals day didn't quite go as planned, still we saw plenty of action. 2 pretty close, 2 pretty high stakes games with a few surprises as well. Saeed getting his opportunity, but I think East Molesey, they walk away worthy winners. Yeah,
I think so. Still, we had everything, didn't we? We had the quad trick, we had centuries, we had hat tricks. Tom Weston, of course, getting the other hat trick as well. And it's been great to see all the spanners here in person.
Yeah.
Especially when they bring us cake. so they can continue to do that.
Hint, hint. This is an athlete, though. I know you've got World Cup qualifiers coming up. Okay, so we're going to let you go there. I want to say a big thank you to Alex and everyone at Two Circles, everyone in the Blue Crew. There'll be plenty more thank yous at the trophy ceremony coming up in just a few minutes. But for now, I want to remind you, if you are watching on YouTube, like this video, subscribe to the channel. We went up another K. All the K watchers, thank you for telling us. 468K now, so keep the Ks coming. I want to get to 500K by the end of the year or nearest offer. I think, with your help, spread the word. We can get there. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. Hey, high five.
High five.
What's your battery level?
Oh, I'm surging up to 100% now. No, I'm down.
Power down.
Let's say 20.
He's out here, Mr. Maxwell. On behalf of Rico Full, of course, who was here for a lot of the time. Tina Golf, who is here now, but not for much longer. See you virtually in Croatia tomorrow, Rico and Phil standing by. And I'll see you very shortly at the trophy ceremony. Enjoy these highlights of finals day. And hasta pronto. Good night, everyone.
See ya.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the European Cricket Series England here in Wimbledon. Really, really nice to be here in England once again. I was here last year and that was history made because that was our very first European Cricket Series in England. England 11, they're the reigning champions of the Euros of cricket as well, and it's always great to be here and to foster this relationship. I do want to give out some thank yous, and my first thank you actually goes to the player group. I know it is difficult sometimes to find time to find, I suppose, the organisational skills as well as a captain or a manager to get the teams on the park, and we really do appreciate that. But hopefully you had a great time playing, and that's really what the European Cricket Series is all about. I've got to also thank the England-Wales Cricket Board. Of course, without their support, we wouldn't be able to come here and run a European Cricket Series. And for us, Brexit or no Brexit, we still think England's a part of Europe. Certainly they're a part of European cricket, and it's been very, very special now to finish 3 series here in England. Obviously, we couldn't do what we do at the European Cricket Network without the support of our partners, so to Dream 11 Fan Code, to Rado, to HCL Software, as well as Bizaway Travel, who are getting us all around the continent. I even have been to Gibraltar and back since this tournament started, which is quite insane. Also, I want to thank Local Lifestyle, who provide these unique medals and trophies that you can't get anywhere. They make them specially for us, and they carry the crown motif, which is a little bit of a symbol of what we're trying to do. We're trying to take cricket to the next level in Europe and countries where there isn't as much of a traditional structure and a grounding in the game. I also do need to thank my colleagues, the Blue crew, the ECN crew, the long days. If you're playing, you realise that. But every day, the crew are turning up. They are, rain, hail or shine, doing what they need to keep the tournament going. And honestly, it's a very, very professional setup. It's become that way, and it's become that way because of the crew. So to Paolo and everyone that you see as part of the ECN crew, I want to say a big thank you to you. We absolutely love what we do, but it's now 1,700 games a year. Also, special shout out Tina. I know she's barely got a voice left, but Tina has been an integral part of the coverage, and she's come on in the last few months and been magnificent company and is a wonderful commentator. Tina, big thank you to you. And obviously Rico Fall, probably watching, he's already in Croatia. So Rico, big thank you to you as well for your companionship and for your expertise during the series. While I'm giving a few thank yous, I want to thank all of the ground crew and all the Wimbledon guys that have made us feel so welcome and done such a great job hosting. Obviously we've got that relationship from 2023, but to always see familiar faces and to have the ground in tip-top shape, I think honestly you've done a magnificent job, and that probably extends to everyone who fed us, who transported us around. So to Wimbledon, the host club, a big thank you for doing such a magnificent job once again. One group of people I need to mention, because I often say that 1 week of ECS in this role is like a year of doing it normally, and that's the umpires, because they're really put to the test. I know we went through quite a few umpires. You guys were magnificent. I think hopefully you learned a bit as well. You know what it's like to be under that televised pressure as well, but I think you handled yourself very well. Tyrone said as much, and I agree. So to the umpiring crew, best of luck with your work in that capacity. Last people I have to thank, but they're certainly not least, it's our TV production at 2 Circles. And we couldn't do what we do and put such a great TV package together without their expertise. We've got Dennis and Marta here, we've got Alex still in the truck pushing buttons somewhere. Thank you so much for making ECN so successful in the way that you have presented the cricket, the way we've been able to collaborate and give each other ideas. So to 2 Circles, got Dennis here and Marta. Give them a big round of applause. Alex is still in the bunker. but we do appreciate it. Okay, let's get on with the trophy ceremony. But actually, maybe one more set of people, and that's actually all the spectators that came down. So it's great to have so many people down. We've had so many across the 2 weeks. Got some extra special spectators that follow us on TV all around Europe. Those that are based in the UK, they will travel. We've even had people come from France to be here, from Italy to be here, because they want to be a part of it, and from all parts of the UK, Scotland, Ireland, whatever. They're not all here now, but they've been here over the last 2 weeks. So to the Spanish squad, as I say, and I've got a couple behind me here, big thank you for your support of European cricket. Okay, now we will get on with the trophy ceremony, and I want to say a special shout out to Wimbledon in 3rd place. Obviously, it just wasn't to be once again, getting so close to the final. I see Tom here with your hat trick. That was a magnificent performance. But yeah, hopefully, you know, Wimbledon, we can be back again and you have another tilt at it. But we love the way you played, and you're a magnificent club. So congratulations, 3rd place to Wimbledon. To the runners-up, well, you know, a team that, again, the runners-up last year, had a bit of a shocker of a first day, as I remember. Those were there. I think Gus definitely remembers. But I think it's a sign of your resilience that you fought back and made it all the way to the final, one way or another. And that included a really gutsy win yesterday in a game where you were probably behind for a lot of it. So yeah, hopefully you take this experience. It gets your cricket brain ticking. You have to back yourself to the extreme. And I think, honestly, it's such a great grounding for the T20 stuff especially, but in itself, it's a very skillful format. I'm sure a lot of you learnt that during your experience here. So we'd like to give you the silver medals. I think Joe is going to hand them over to Gus. Let's hear it for Spencer Cricket Club in 2nd place. And hopefully see you again in the future. Special shout out Saeed on ECN debut as well. So now we get to the point where we will hand over the MVP trophy, and looks like Tyrone, our tournament referee, will be ready to hand this one over. This is always tough. I mean, over the last couple of weeks, we have seen 10 teams. That means kind of over 100, probably close to 200 players have played in this tournament, and there's been a lot of really good performances. We started with a big century and a 4-trick, a 4-in-4, of which I think there's only been 7 in over 7,000 games. So that was pretty extreme. But then, you know, we look for consistency, we look for versatility, and there was someone that did stand out from the rest. So we'd like to invite him up right now. The MVP of this European Cricket Series from East Molesey is Michael Sheen. Congratulations, Michael. And okay, it's always exciting to come to England because I know the club cricket structure is very, very intricate, but it's also full of very, very good cricketers. And I think it's wonderful to see players like Clive that not so long ago was playing Test cricket and is able to have that experience and pass on that experience. To see a lot of either former first-class players or people knocking on the door of first-class cricket at club level in England, and I just think it's wonderful to see the mix of players in this series. East Molesey, obviously, you came off a couple of pretty intense days of cricket, I think, when I first got here, and maybe that took its toll a little bit in Group A with a 4-in-4 record, but I loved following your progress. And one thing about your team that I think made you so successful was the depth that you had, the options that you seemed to have, and even within your bowling attack, you had pace, you had spin, you had different types of spinners, you had, you know, some part-timers that would come on actually found themselves to be really effective options. So a lot of it's decision making. It really, I think, boosts your cricket computer in your head, this form of the game, having to kind of think of tactics and strategies. I just thought at the end of the day, you had a really tough game against Wimbledon that you got through, biggest chase so far, so that took a lot of guts to get up there, dealing with a pretty tricky bowling attack. And then in the final, obviously, you didn't quite bat them out of the game. It was very competitive, but in the end, you held your nerve and you deserve a champion. So I'd like you to come up now and collect your gold medals. Please, let's hear it and keep it going for the winners of this European Cricket Series, East Molesey. Big congratulations once again. Now, just before we hand over the trophy, I do want to encourage you all, because not much in life is free. I think most of us know that, but it is free to watch ECN every day. Even if you pop in for 10, 20 minutes, do it while you're vacuuming, put it on your headphones. When you're driving, don't watch, but you can listen. But we'd love for you to be part of our community, and tell your family, tell your friends. If you enjoyed the watch, I mean, there's plenty of cricket televised at the moment, but if I had to watch cricket for an hour or two, I think I know what I'd rather watch. Just saying, but I'm biased. It's up to you. And like I said, we've got cricket every day of the year, which is quite amazing. You never know where you might be. You can join in, obviously, Croatia tomorrow. They've got their T10 internationals going underway. And once you've been a part of it, we hope you've caught the bug and you want to keep going with it. But now, Paolo Buccimatza is going to hand over the trophy. Congratulations, the winners of this European Cricket Series, East Molesey Cricket Club. Thank you very much, everyone. Travel safe and hopefully see you soon for another ECS. Well, 2 weeks. There's a lot of cricket, and it included the Gibraltar 13 as well. We had 10 teams here. And look, nothing's ever standard on ECN, and today was no exception. But East Molesey, very, very good side. You've got somebody there who's just been playing Test cricket. You've got a bunch of young cricketers who are really keen to make their mark as well, and I think they did. Join Rico and Phil tomorrow. I'll be off for a little while, but I might see you from the studio during the week. But then I'll be on the ground in Germany. But for now, from everyone here on the ground in Wimbledon, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Max, on behalf of ECN, stay safe and see you tomorrow for more cricket on ECN. Hasta pronto.